I don't have the Google Sheet open. Doodah, doodah. Isn't that tremendous fun? Oh, the doodah day. Okay. I think that's correct. Da 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 da. There we go. What's up, Mame? What's good with you, my friend? Okay, so we have for anybody hopping into chat immediately, today is one of the first days where I was able to schedule all of the decks around a theme. This is not a particularly complicated theme. Today's roasts are just everybody who listed that their deck was scary. So today we're going to get to see what everybody's different impressions of the scary in spooky, or silly to spooky to scary scale are. I see we're segregating higher power. That's not true, DMC. We're segregating people who think they're playing higher power. Max Falcon, thank you for jumping over, and thank you for watching my VODs. I appreciate that greatly. Rothma Seer, thank you for that Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. The children are trying me, and I'm going to crash the fuck out. That's the most normal response to being around children I've ever heard. Helios, we're doing good today. Troper, hello. I'm sorry you can't stay long, but I'm glad you came by in the first place. Hello, Slath. Hello, Mevo. It's going good. All scary decks sounds rather spooky. Thank you for the pun, Dale. If I could ban you on YouTube, I would. Let me make sure YouTube does not get put into kids jail. Hello, Kiro. Got here for the vamping. Been missing it, sleeping in late. We can never. I should just start having streams where we hit the ground running from the moment I hit start streaming button. I'm roasting the first deck just so that you motherfuckers never know what's up. Just so that you sons of bitches never know what the fuck is coming. Alex Dream, we are back at it again. Thank you so much for that comparison to R. Reynolds. I appreciate that. How do I get my deck roasted if I don't have time to watch live? So if you can't watch live, you can still have your deck roasted on a stream, and I will just cut a piece out of the VOD and send it to you, or communicate to you, hey, this is the VOD your deck got roasted in. This is the position you were in the queue. You can go watch here. That said, there is we're going to be doing a scripted deck roasting series that is going to be more expensive to be a part of, but is going to be like the output's not you get your deck roasted live on a stream where we all look at it together and we just kind of vamp about it. It's going to be very like dedicated. We're going to have a set, and I'm going to write a script for each deck, and we're going to have skits associated with each deck, yada, yada, yada. So that's going to be the other way, but that is not available yet, but it should be available relatively soon. Slath says, what about today? That's crazy. Let's go to the ad break, and then we'll start roasting. For that instant roast start, what you should do is be in contact with your first roasties so they're ready to be in the stream minute 1. That's a good idea. I kind of like that. White Bread, thank you for that Prime sub for the 10th month in a row, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Use your mystical powers of randomly choosing for my next month's roast. You can see either Assassin is just a job title, Come Outside, We Won't Jump You, or the U.S. Air Force. I kind of like Assassin's just a job title. I'd like to see how that works. Maldhound is making an MTG Jerma's Dollhouse. Oh, right. Of course. DMC, thank you for reminding me. Well, they said if you can't watch, if you don't have time to watch live, which I think is different. But if anybody is ever short on time and you need a deck roast just right this goddamn minute, there is one option that's always available to you, which is if you pay me 500 United States dollars, I will drop what I am doing and roast your deck right that minute. So if you only have 30 minutes a week, 30 minutes in a month that you can set aside to get your deck roasted, and you're like, damn, how do I make sure this lines up with Malltown's busy schedule? If you hit me in the face with half a band, I will make time. And of course, nobody would ever do that. Except for my Sinister Goon Vizier, Furious Oatmeal, and Ape of Justice. Hell yeah, Terrence, thank you. If I just wait a few months, 500 USD won't be that much money. Eggs will cost 800. Don't fucking remind me, Agu. Don't fucking remind me. Also, DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. You ever find fraud so egregious that it makes your head hurt? I had a guy saying he was totally unable to work and collecting benefits, and we got footage of him doing underground MMA fighting. I thought I was going to be able to match the freak of this story. I can't. I've known some people who were liars and tricksters and who were even like relatively flamboyant tricksters, didn't make a lot of effort to cover their tracks. Never somebody saying totally unable to function and also participating in, I'm not even worried about like, oh my God, they were doing something so active like MMA. It's like they were doing something so clippable like underground MMA. That has to be the like #1 most photographed and taped hobby you could fucking participate in. That's the part that's astounding to me. Not, oh my God, he's gonna be a fighter while doing this, but just, oh my God, everybody's putting him on fucking World Star. I still don't know how special education will be funded considering the DOE doesn't exist and they're the ones who allocated the funds. I may not have a job next year because of this. Yeah, this administration is just continually trying to set the house on fire around them. We may not have a lot of things by next year. Currently, the White House is working pretty hard to get legal disappearing people to happen. The Supreme Court has basically said, like, yeah, we suck, we can't do anything. The wheels of justice do grind quite slow, and I'm going to hope that they're grinding towards a decent outcome. But right now, the courts have just kind of gone like, what are we going to do? We're just a bunch of judges who passed the bar exam. What do you want us to? We told them to be nice. And because there's all the fuckery with them gutting all of the different educational departments. There's them gutting safety regulations. There's them kidnapping a man to El Salvador and going, we just can't get him back. We just can't get him back. Mind Goblin, we are going to refund that for now. We don't allow custom card redeems during deck roasting streams because the deck roasting streams are typically like already too busy and vamp filled to manage a custom card review at the same time. So I'm going to give you the points back for that, and you can redeem that in Friday's stream if you're here for that, or Saturday's stream, or just anything that isn't a deck review. So I'll go ahead and turn that off as well so I don't trick any other people. Turns out having the executive branch be in charge of enforcing judicial orders relies on the executive branch not being the one the orders are against. Right? It feels like we're in the middle of like the American government finding a fucking Among Us hack. Like, did you ever play Among Us and you ever get to like 2 people on the spaceship level or 3 people, and depending on how many people were in the lobby and the meeting timer, you could just like start a reactor meltdown and it was impossible for anybody to do anything against you? That feels like what we're in, but it's real life now. That feels like the situation we're in, where they've just realized like, oh wait, if we're the ones who have to enforce the rules that they make, what if we just did whatever we wanted? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, frankly, like, I'll say a lot of exaggeratory stuff, Agu, but I don't know if anybody from the 17 or 1800s could have adequately predicted that the American populace would be so stupid as to elect Donald Trump after what the last 8 years have been, after what Donald Trump's first term has been. Like, I wouldn't have voted for this, but Joe Biden's dead body would have done a better job than Donald Trump has. I mean, Shastra, there's Donald Trump on candid camera talking to El Salvador's dictator about sending him Americans. About sending him American citizens to disappear in a fucking prison camp. That is not even something breaking in the courts. That is just one of the million things that the media has been like, oh yeah, he did this too. Did this shit too. The founders didn't expect this, but granted, they were assuming only land-owning white men would get to vote. I mean, there's no way I'm going to pull up the demographics of how land-owning white men voted in this election. All of those dumb chuckle fucks voted for Trump. Now, if we had tied it to education, maybe then we would have had a fucking chance. Cashin, 95, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend, for the 4th month in a row. I appreciate you watching the Mauled. Oh, yeah, Agu. Okay, yes, I'm with you now. True and fair and real and based. I feel like congested for some reason. Yeah, it's the 4th month. It's the 4th month of the presidency. I don't know. I would assume it's not allergies because I've never had an allergic reaction to anything in my life. Or I've never, like... I know it's the season for that, but I've never had it happen. Do you ever do deck roasts on Architect or only on Moxfield? We will do them on Architect, but if you send me a deck on Architect, part of the roast will be me moving it onto Moxfield. So I will look at it on Architect to check out your tags and whatnot. But when it comes to the playtesting, Architect's playtester is sent from hell to make me unhappy specifically. Okay, Mick. Yeah, let's have this fucking talk. Is there proof of disappearing people or just deporting illegals? Genuine question. So, the situation we are in right now. I will say, I personally have not seen full-blown American citizen get disappeared. What has happened is a man with protected status get deported and is now, I don't use air quotes, but like beyond the government's reach at an El Salvador prison camp. So, it was not an American citizen who got taken out of the country and then dumped into El Salvador, but it was somebody who had a court order saying, we cannot deport this man. Which you may not... Hey, nick of time, how about you go fuck yourself? Anyway. So, the person in question came here seeking asylum. I don't actually know if asylum was granted or not, but I do know that judges said, you cannot deport this guy. And then they deported him anyway. On the basis being, he's a terrorist. Now, the evidence that he was a terrorist was an anonymous source who could not substantiate claims that this guy was a member of MS-13. There was never any evidence produced to support that this man was a member of MS-13. The anonymous informant never came forward, which that part is not inherently unreasonable. We have a lot of anonymous informants. Anonymous whistleblowers are often a very important part of getting justice. So the fact that he's anonymous doesn't necessarily make it fucked up, but there's no evidence other than anonymous guy pointed at him and said MS-13. And on that basis, the U.S. government defied a court order from the U.S. government to rip him into El Salvador. That is the part that is immediately dangerous for all of us, because as soon as we erode due process for anyone, it is just a matter of time before the government, especially on the basis of somebody you don't know doesn't have to produce evidence and just has to call you a terrorist. That part can happen to anyone. People don't think. All right, John Klug is saying he was given asylum, which is good additional benefit to know. You may not think it will happen to you because you may go, I'm not a terrorist. I'm not committing crimes. For this guy, all that had to happen was somebody else had to look at him and say, this guy's a terrorist. They did not have to prove that he was a terrorist. No, the terrorist organization didn't have to claim him. He didn't have to be photographed committing terrorist acts. An anonymous source just had to say, this guy is a gang member. And then the government said, he is a terrorist. We're going to deport him, despite a standing court order to not deport him. That is a step or multiple steps removed from just American-born U.S. citizens getting deported. It's not that many steps. It is relatively few steps. It is relatively few steps. And so this is peak, I can't remember either the poem or the... We are smack fucking dab in the middle of this shit. First they came for the communists and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. No, this is the thing, Agu. This is very specifically the thing I'm thinking of, because we're in the stage of them saying, okay, well, this person's not a citizen, and we say they're a terrorist, so we're allowed to get them. Do we have to prove? Do we have to prove they're a terrorist? No. That is the core erosion, right? This person lost the due process of having to actually be positively identified as a thing, and now the basis for judgment just has to be Trump or whoever, anybody Trump has appointed goes, you! And that can be steadily applied to more and more groups. They can just go, all they have to do is say, well, if we declare you a terrorist, that strips you of citizenship. So if a court sentenced you... So if a court sentenced you to life and the president pardons you, we still go with what the court says? Paladin, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm normally crazy down to like go tit for tat with every stupid thing somebody says on the internet, but like what in the fuck are you even saying, bro? So anyway, the next big like overhand swing of the entire situation is Trump hot micing that homegrowns are next. That is what he told I don't even know the title of the leader of El Salvador. I don't know if he calls himself like president or emperor or whatever. Okay, president. That is what he told the president of El Salvador, is we are sending you homegrowns next. No matter how creative your interpretation of that is, that sounds to me like we are going to send American criminals to an El Salvadorian prison camp. I don't know what bar we think is going to be applied for what qualifies as getting you sent to an El Salvadorian prison camp, but I guarantee it's not going to be fucking high enough, and it's going to keep going down as time goes on. They called, I don't know if Trump did this specifically or if it was just somebody in the administration, but when this was all popping off, the first person, the Solicitor General or a Solicitor General, I don't know if there's multiple people with that title, a Solicitor General said, we deported him, it was a clerical error that we deported him. We did a whoopsie. They fired that guy, and when they talked about him in the future, they said he was a Democrat, a saboteur. So if we bring it back to this poem and we consider, wow, who might be amongst the political groups that they're going to begin moving the goalposts for next? I fucking wonder. I fucking wonder. I wonder why so many people from my country voted for him when they knew some of them didn't have fully established stay permits. I mean, I think it's the like a huge thing that Trump appealed to. I just wouldn't go with what a court says over the president. Remember, those justices are appointed by presidents, so they can be very biased. So you would like a dictator. I hope you enjoy that particular kink, but I'm going to ask you to very kindly go fuck yourself. Like, that is what that sentence says to me, is I wouldn't go with what our court system says over one guy. I would prefer if this one guy was allowed to do whatever the fuck he wanted and everybody else figured out the fallout. That is as fucking specifically dictator as you can get. There is a point to checks and balances because we have generally decided, hey, you can't trust one person with all that fucking power. Like, hey, you know who gets to step in if we don't like the decision a judge made? Other judges. Lens, this is a couple people on YouTube being like, but guys, Trump is fine. What are we talking about? They're not gonna get me, bro. They would never get me. Come on. But like a massive thing that Trump appealed to was the idea that America needed to appear strong again, which I can understand the emotion that place is coming from. They took it to a very, very stupid endpoint, but he very successfully appealed to this like old school machismo, even though he's like the least manly dude in the history of time. Like, that dude looks like a whoopee cushion filled with sand. I don't know who could look at him standing up there with his centaur ass build and be like, oh, this is the big strong guy. So, Mick, that is not... Okay. I think the thing that the left did was a large push on liberal ideas that pushed otherwise non-caring middle road people to the life. And then another person saying, but had no idea what Kamala was saying or cared. So let's... This is actually a great learning moment. Because Kamala's campaign was a ridiculously centrist dumpster fire. Kamala's actual campaign was making a lot of hardcore leftists lose their fucking mind because they spent all of their time getting validation from and speaking to what historically would have been considered at least mildly conservative ideas. The full court press of left-leaning ideology that pushed people from the right was reported on and in many cases fabricated by right-wing news outlets or mainstream media news outlets like Fox News. Think shows like Tucker Carlson. Think people like Ben Shapiro. By fucking YouTubers who said, oh, this crazy left-wing ideology is coming for you with Kamala. And most of the shit Kamala was saying was, what if we have jobs? Kamala spent an incredible amount of time attempting to court the middle right, directly attempting to court the middle right, and not talking about trans rights, not taking a stand about Palestine, not talking about queer rights, like an absolute number, a huge number of issues that were not crazy far left, But all of the talking heads that everybody gets their fucking news from nowadays screamed about the far left ideology and then made Kamala the figurehead for that, even though it was completely disconnected from her fucking campaign. Thank you, baby. Now I will shit on the lines the Democratic Party takes until the day I die, because they are like they are just a groaning political failure. The inability to beat Trump is just the most scathing rebuke of anybody who thinks they deserve a fucking job in the world. But Kamala was not campaigning on like radical liberal ideology. Kamala was campaigning like they were Mitt fucking Romney. It was the most like white bread fucking centrist campaign in the history of the world. And Tucker Carlson tricked all you dumb motherfuckers into thinking she was trying to make the frogs gay the entire time. That is what happened. Does that include Psychic Frog? No, Psychic Frog was already gay, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm speaking more of trans activism and left-leaning ideas in movies and entertainment. Tone polices intentions in the workplace over such thing. So other people wanted people to stop being shitty, and that is Kamala's fault. Excellent. Yes, I agree. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. God damn it, if I hear one person refer to Kamala Harris as a progressive, or God forbid a leftist, I'm going to throw hands. Also, she did take a stand about Palestine. She said, yeah, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. What's up, Seagal? But yeah, I mean, it's just the... There has absolutely been a lot of right-wing ideology has been fomented by people who went Let me pull this off for a second. I want this flowchart I make to look better before I pull it back on stream. I wish it was more complicated than this. All of the typing I was doing, I was desperately praying for there to be a witticism I could insert, for there to be like a metaphor I could use, for it not to be as simple as somebody asked me to do something after the point at which I internally identified as an adult, and because I spend my entire life making decisions based on how aggressively authority figures can correct my behavior, I take umbrage with the fact that somebody I don't personally view as an authority asked me to change something I was doing. So I'm cool with literally anything as long as it corrects the issue of people asking my behavior to change. Like, I'm not even going to talk about, like, how he tricked people into believing some of the worst economic policies in the history of this country would do something to correct the financial stresses that we've all been under. Any of the machismo stuff, we've already talked about that. But, like, this is the through line of 80% of people that voted for Trump is I am 18 or older, and somebody asked me to do something, whether that was to use a certain set of pronouns, whether that was to like confront potential biases they have about racism, but it was something. I'm not even gonna say what specific social issue it was, but somebody asked them to do something. They went, that was bullshit. And then they went, the consequences don't matter as long as I am no longer being asked to moderate my behavior. And now we're here. Like, this was this sentiment, what's funny to me about this is I know that if this was presented outside of the context of me being left-leaning, if Andrew Tate pulled up this endpoint and just dressed these up to sound cooler, most conservatives would unironically agree. I've spoken to many conservatives. I've seen many conservatives speak online in places where they don't think they're having an argument. The number of them that ascribe to the idea of, yes, we should be flipping the table over because we're unhappy about how things are going, is astounding. So, like, out of anything I've said this stream politically, I will stand on this being the heart of the conservative platform forever and ever. I mean, Walrus, for something about authority, it's really just, I didn't want to make it too wordy, but I think a really important part is the all caps that I'm adding here. Is being asked to change or moderate your behavior by somebody you do not personally consider an authority figure. That is part of why the right wing puts like cops on such a high pedestal. Team Awesome, this stream is about like crazy vamping. So if you do just watch my content just because you like the magic bits, I would genuinely recommend stick to shorts, stick to the edited VODs. One of the reasons we edit the VODs is because I will vamp about politics, I will vamp about like weight loss, I will vamp about exercise. I will like literally somebody will say anything in chat and it will set me off, and then we will spend 30 minutes talking about that thing And that is just how the stream goes. And so I will disconnect that from something that is from the actual like vamp at hand, which is politics, and just say these streams are like 70% vamping. We'll put the Mox field in the background so that actually Mango put this part in the VOD. The live streams are not 5 hours because we spend 5 hours searching for the Mox field cards that we recommend in the deck roast. The Mox field streams are 5 hours because if I interpret inflection in your Twitch chat message, I will go off. Okay? We will be talking about the like build pipeline of submarines. Also, everyone say hello to my girlfriend Z. People who complain about public facing people talking about politics have the privilege to not have to think about them. Fuck them. So true. Like straight up, why do we have to talk about politics? Because the president's kidnapping people. That's why. Like, you want to know the time, Team Awesome Dope, the deck reviews on the live stream are Ko-Fi commissions only. Those will go on sale at the beginning of the month, but we have a free Discord that you can get deck help in. Hey guys, does anyone remember Slath's comment about what if it was this stream in which we hit the ground running on the roasts? I remember that comment. Slath, I don't know if you know that I saw that, but I saw that, chat. I saw you go, hey, what if it was... I saw you at 8 minutes into the stream go, what if this stream was the one where we really got it started early? And I thought about it. I thought about it for a whole second. But then I was like, what if I talked my shit, though? What if I talked my shit? I mean, so Mick, I think an important thing to consider, because again, like I could default to dunking, but I think this is another important learning moment with both sides, though. Both sides are equally petty and complain when they don't get what they want. One side just wears Wranglers and the other has purple hair. An important thing to point out is everybody in life complains and gets butthurt. That is a facet of the human experience that transcends whether you are Republican, Democrat, anywhere in the middle on the US spectrum, or whether you are in a functioning political system. Whatever your political beliefs are, an undeniable facet of the human experience is we all get butthurt and angry. An important thing to consider that has been true for as long as I have been alive is that the downstream effects of that facet of the human experience on the left have broadly been to make laws that say you can no longer discriminate against me for disagreeing. Case in point being like gay marriage. We're now allowed to have the same rights as this other group. Not we're allowed more rights than you, not we're allowed to throw tomatoes at the straights in the street, but here's this out group. We are unhappy. our screaming has been, we want to be afforded the same rights and protections as the in-group. We are currently experiencing the downstream effects of the screaming on the right, which is literally, I can kidnap you. So when we go, that's both sides, though. It is very important to keep in mind the same emotions are coming up on both sides. Both sides get upset. Both sides have people in them who are petty and vindictive. But if you examine on any type of macro scale the downstream consequences of people getting upset, the left has broadly used social pressure. This is what the right has typically referred to as cancel culture, where they just get a group of people who all agree that you're being really shitty and go, hey, you're being shitty to this person, we're going to socially push you out if you continue to act against the social contract. Versus, the right has broadly gone, well, we're going to make laws that say we can send you to jail or kill you, which is the de facto result of sending you to an El Salvadorian prison camp because you're in the outgroup. So when the left screams until everyone else is equally unhappy, everyone's equally unhappy because we have taken the outgroups and we have forcibly meshed them with the in-group. You can see this with desegregation, you can see this with gay marriage, with any number of social issues over the year. The left has, when they're screaming until everyone else is equally unhappy, they're all equally unhappy because we're taking an outgroup and we're forcing it into a space that the in-group has traditionally dominated. When the right screams until everyone else is equally unhappy, they're pointing at the outgroup and saying, I should be allowed to fucking kill you. Which is a notably different outcome. I joined stream for Commander Talk. Why is there US politics on screen? Because I'm fucking dope like that, Cobalt. Next question. Relic, congratulations on getting your position, my friend. I'm happy for you. But so that is tying the loop off on the both sides talk. Like there's this like massive and consistent subversive effort to twist the truth of we both experience the same emotions into both sides are doing the same thing. Because there's the other part of it that gets conflated, which is it's still always us versus the rich, right? There are rich politicians on both sides. There are corrupt politicians on both sides. The subversive element of money can almost never be understated. That does not mean that the downstream consequences of left-leaning people being whiny and right-leaning people being whiny have been the same over the course of American history, because they have been astoundingly different. Team Awesome, I will post the Ko-Fi link for you in YouTube chat, my goat. Give me 1 second. But again, these will go on sale. There's also a free deck roasting stream. That's going to happen on May 3rd. And then they're going to go on sale May 4th. But that is the commission link. They're not open right now, but they will be. There was evidence that Obama allowed the CCP to take back in their defectors, and the left has had a very friendly relationship with China, who enslaves people and disappears people still seems same. Okay, Mick. In an effort to allow the actual topic of this stream to take over, this is going to be the last thing I reply to. I'm going to do my level best to stay cool. If you believe that the Obama administration not blowing up the spot with another major geopolitical power is the same as Trump defying U.S. court orders to kidnap and disappear a man within our country and then tell the person who runs the country they sent him to, we're sending homegrowns next. If you think that is the same, we do not have anything to talk about. It's as simple as that. If you think that is the same, I highly recommend you get your fucking eyes checked. Also, Myth, thank you for the 500 bits. I'd like to take this moment to monetarily reward you for saying base shit. I appreciate it. And Katazumi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that very much. Like, if we think it's the same for this administration had a friendly relationship with a geopolitical power that does bad things, that is bad. I can certainly agree. Yeah, we shouldn't be fostering friendlier geopolitical relations with nations that are committing crimes against their own citizens. If you're like, that's the same as us doing it to our own citizens, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, that's like going, like the most one-to-one thing I can think of is saying, like, okay, well, you didn't break off a friendship with somebody who cheated on their partner, so it's fine if I cheat on my partner. Like, both of those are bad things that we don't want. Those are both bad things that we don't want, but the idea that those are, like, equally evil is just is an unwillingness to grasp any of the, like, larger aspects of the world. God, I'll agree when it's too late. Oh my god. I don't like that you stole from this Applebee's, so I'm gonna take a shit on the bar. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just the... Like, there are a subset of people who react to the knowledge that we cannot explicitly quantify evil with the idea of, like, well, then I'm just going to go off my intuition. And that has led to, like, some of the worst decisions in the history of the world, like electing Trump president. Yeah, like Harvard just had to, what Z was saying about demanding universities appoint people he wants to stop teaching subjects he doesn't like Harvard just had a shitload of their funding pulled because they stood up to Trump making demands about their curriculum. we got to do another. Yeah, like we have people unironically out here like Obama did bad things, therefore we should be able to kill immigrants. Like, yeah, we could just say sentences. Okay, we have to hit another manual ad break because we have vamped about this for about a clear goddamn hour. I mean, listen, Twitch chat, I want you to understand because I'm the one who can see the compiler. There are a good number of folks on YouTube who are reasonable, but there are a couple folks on YouTube chat who are very much proving why YouTube chat doesn't get to be on the screen. There's a vocal minority of YouTube chatters firmly proving why YouTube chat doesn't get to go onto the screen. Myth, thank you for the additional. Oh wait, no. Lord Xavier, thank you for the 100 bits. As a Canadian, the whole situation is that community meme of the guy walking into the room on fire with pizza and hoping the fire gets put out soon. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, No Legs. Listen, again, most of you are chill. It is not, YouTube chat is not a monolith, unlike trans people who are a monolith if you were in stream yesterday and understand the bit that we're doing right now. To the person that asked, we're not doing custom card redeems today. I'm going to hit one more manual ad break, and then we're going to actually get into the deck roasting. Il Patho, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Trans people are a manolith, not a monolith, boss. You know we can tap. God damn it. God damn it, that's good. That's good. Nightsea, there's almost no fucking shot we're doing this rant redeem after I've already spent an hour on U.S. politics. Poopy Poob, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So Mihai, we have custom card reviews available in Twitch. We don't have a way to redeem that on YouTube chat because we don't have a way to give you like channel points for watching on YouTube. All right, 3-minute ad break. Red pill people will see a funny white guy and go, one of us, and then lose their shit when they are in fact not one of them. Yeah, yes, Z understands perfectly. Rant about the best kind of bread to toast? Motherfucker, all bread. All bread? Better hot. I know that may be controversial. In fact, that's probably the most controversial thing I've said all stream. All bread, preferable warm. Preferable warm, a little crunchy. I don't care what bread it is. Why do you think you bake it? Why do you think you bake it, motherfucker? Bread's good warm. Bread is good warm and hot and crispy. It's the easiest thing to dispute for sure. All right. Hey, how about you motherfuckers get chaired on? I have to go use the bathroom. Okay, we're back. We're back in action. Can I? Why does it? Hold on. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking. There we go. There we go. All right. Just finished with the ads. My first time getting them on Twitch. Should I be happy about this or annoyed about it? You've been chosen, Probe. You ranted so long, I made it back from work. I'm good to go whenever. Okay, so we got to, the order today is Astra, Weed Number, Airlaz, Agu, Slath. We're going to open with Astra, who said they may not be able to be here today, but if so, that's cool. Rip them up regardless. So for those of you who haven't been here before, my Ko-Fi supporters send in a primer, a deck list, a power rating, and then we talk about a random topic for a clear hour, which I get very, very angry about. For your power rating, we don't accept 1 through 10 because that's wrong and bad. We accept silly to spooky to scary, a measure originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE, which is a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody that knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to your turns. Your primer is probably the most important part. This is the part where you have to say how your deck plays, or if it's a work in progress, how your deck hopes to play. I can work with you to develop a laser death ray, but if you tell me that my deck's a silly, funny, good time and it's all counter spells, we're gonna have some talking to do. So that being said, the first deck today is Astra's deck, which in one word is nanites, in multiple words, it's lots of artifacts that mean big scary robots I can copy or multiply. And on my end step, I will summon an even larger man. So we have Esper Urza. Now, scary, this is the highest rating you can be. This is meant to be, I'm here to fuck shit up. I'm here to have a good time by making you have a bad time. So Esper Urza, affinity for artifact creatures. Artifact creatures have menace. At the beginning of your end step, make a 0/0 that gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. So we have big robots. Why are we spending 2 mana to get an end step trigger? Okay. We have Karn. This one seems good. We're going to float a bunch of colorless mana for having artifacts. We have mana dumps. This smells like an infinite to me. Then we have Mendicant Core, who can copy artifact spells. Okay. We have Walking Ballista. This also smells like it should be part of an infinite. Like Unwinding Clock, but not really. Okay, you know what should be like Unwinding Clock in this deck? The Unwinding Clock. Can we... Okay, we have some clones. Dumpster diving. We have... I mean, the Karns probably make sense here. I'm feeling very trepidatious about this guy because I have no idea how we're getting up to speed. There could be a Krark Clan Ironworks in here. We could be using the artifact creature tokens to loop something to pay for Walking Ballista. Okay, I hate token players too. This one's fine. Okay, this is the first card where I'm just like, yes, that's good. I understand. Makes sense. Fuck you, dude. You're not wrong. I just wish you were. Sarum, this deck is meant to be scary, and I'm getting scared. For sure. I'm getting scared. So we have a bunch of tutors. We have Mind's motherfucking eye. Oh my god, and we have Chrome Mox. Okay, so there has to be a combo. There has to be a combo, because we have Grand Abolisher in here. Motherfucking Resurrection Orb. Where's it? Does this deck not have counter spells? Sorry, I misspoke. Does this deck not have any fucking interaction? My scary Esper deck? We have... Okay, we have a Fog. We have Return Urza to hand. We have Make Artifacts Hexproof. It's true. Ugin's interaction. My bad. I did not recognize your game. So we have 2 removal spells. We have Grave Pact and Ugin as removal permanents. And then we have a fucking Dream. I am now scared for this pilot. The heavy metals. Oh wait, okay, we do have Unwinding Clock. We can make our artifacts indestructible. This is the worst card you could have ever put in the deck. Bro is jump scaring himself. Our whole deck is making 0 cost permanents. We're trying to make as many 0 CMC creatures as possible, and you've put something in here that will deterministically destroy our shit? No, bro. This is an Esper Dinosaurs player. This is an Esper Dinosaurs player, I swear to God. We have no counterspells, we have no removal. Our own removal blows off our own dick. I think this is scary because this guy got beaten by an artifact player once and was like, Urza's scary. Fucking planar bridge. I would, like, honestly... I would believe you if it was this Urza. If you were like, yeah, we're gonna fucking, like, Cheerios, tap them all for mana, get the cube out. Jesus Christ, and we have 34 lands. And we also have, like, no artifact creatures. We have 19 creatures. 7 are what is this guy for? If you don't want people to do stuff on your turn, you can counterspell them. We don't even have free counterspells. This is an $800 deck with Chrome Mox, and we don't have Fierce Guardianship. This is the world's first Urza player that thinks counterspells are unfun. I'm no longer studying. My throw together build is better. I don't say this lightly. I think I could outbuild this in 20 minutes. I think no EDH rec, 20 minutes on the clock, gun to my head, I build a more functional version of this deck. No, I'm not spending that long thinking about Urza. You can all go fuck yourselves. But like, dog, the clown car is the entire deck. Okay, Canoptic I can at least take, like, this is a little bit of interaction. Mearsmith. I mean, there's at least, like, Ohertak, but... I'm gonna try to provide... Okay, I'm gonna try to provide some actual feedback. Urza Chief Artificer has 2 important breakpoints. The first important breakpoint is how quickly can I cast Urza? This is influenced by the artifact creatures you control, and it's influenced by the mana you can produce. And so, even if you're not trying to build fucked up, hateful, mean Urza, you should at least be thinking about mirrors. You should at minimum be thinking about mana rocks that count for 2, because these are artifacts that are going to stack up for your Urza constructs. They are going to count for affinity, and they are going to tap for mana themselves. As compared to something like Chrome Mox, this is a mana rock, but it costs you an extra card, and Chrome Mox is typically most valuable for decks that want to, like, turbo out a commander turn 1. Or you need 2 mana turn 1. There are some hands you might keep where that is useful to you. I don't think it's actually like that many hands, but you can, for sure, like a lot of these 2 or 3 mana rocks. Skyclave Relic is fucking insane, dog. Indestructible artifact, I'm guessing. Indestructible artifact. So the first thing you should be thinking of that you have not thought of is mirrors that can tap for mana. I'm not even 100% confident that those stay the whole time, but those are undeniably valuable. The next thing that we need to be thinking of is how do I convert these Urza constructs into lethal? I don't think this deck proves my point about why bracket 4 is awful, because this deck is not bracket 4. This deck proves my point about how Game Changers alone is an insufficient measure of what bracket your deck is in. So after mirrors, the thing we have to think about is a plan. How do we establish dominance? How do we convert that dominance into dead people? So things like All That Glitters make robot even bigger. It is just number go up simulator though. It's not providing our robots with something like flying or like with trample. And honestly, in any reasonable Urza deck, your robots should be so big that they don't need to be bigger. You just have to get over the break point of, am I big enough that people don't want to block this? And you should like be there. And on God, I cannot believe you put Market Back Walker and Walking Ballista in a deck that intends to hard cast them. Do you know what people are doing with these, my friend? My brother, my sister, my sibling in Adonalcium, do you understand what people are doing with the walking ballista? And you have said, well, if I have 10 mana, I can make a 5/5. So a lot of these would literally be better just as token doublers, which is not a very high bar. Token doublers are often win more, but if you did Urza Chief Artificer and token doubler and wait, you can reach critical mass. Like we can reach critical mass so quickly with just token doubler wait. And so when we talk about ways to reach critical mass, which is to reach the amount of these constructs that we're going to be able to beat somebody to death, cards like Mere Smith start to become questionable to me. This seems like something else that's along the lines of, I don't actually wish to win a game of Magic, I wish to create the even largest man possible. Legions to Ashes is based, fuck token players. Also, Mind's Eye in colors that has access to Rhystic Study smells to me like you are pulling punches, and that is the wrong decision in a top shelf Urza deck. There are places to restrain yourself. There are places to pick cool thematic cards over just the good card. It is perhaps not in my bracket 3, bracket 4 Esper deck. Now things like biotransference, this is fine. Clown Car, I love this card. This is fucking bad. This is just fucking bad in your deck. So this X spell and these X spells seem to me like you intend to float. Like they are built for, okay, I'm going to do this if I float 1,000,000 mana, but I can't float 1,000,000 mana. You also, for being in blue, can't draw cards. I think Mind's Eye is not only bad card draw, it's your only card draw. We're in Esper. God put it on top. This guy's gotta go fuck himself. This was like halfway through the deck you remembered, oh, I need artifact creatures for fucking affinity. So Thopter Spy Network is fine. Artifact creatures dealing combat damage, get me card. That's good. Their number is Legion. I think kind of reasonable in the late game. We should not be sacking artifacts for power stones with our sorceries. Like so black is going to try to trick you into sacrificing your creatures to get your advantage because they're really, really good at that. However, white and blue are so good at just drawing the cards in the first place that, and like artifact decks are so good at ramping that we don't have to be doing this. We can just keep a construct. Like this deck does seem built. The premise of your deck is, what if this guy was also a robot? The best I can tell, this is the goal, starting point, and end point of the deck. What if Gigantosaurus was a robot? Because we are doing very little to double down on having as many constructs as possible, which is where we want to be. But we're doing a lot to double down on like, oh, how do I have a shitload? How do I have as many garbage artifacts as possible? And then hope that those garbage artifacts will make me like 4 really solid constructs. Whereas you have a lot of reasonably expensive artifacts in here. You could be on things like Simulacrum Synthesizer, which is just going to make you even more constructs. Yeah, but Mechagodzilla is epic and cool. It is. This deck is not. So you can do that to get additional constructs. You could even, like, even though it's not an artifact creature, you can do fucking Mondrak. Get you an indestructible doubler. And that way, like, the play pattern you want to be on as Urza Chief Artificer is I tap lands or artifacts to pay for mana rocks. I pass the turn with open mana, and I'm allowed to keep mana open because I don't have to do anything to develop my board. My board is self-developing because of the end step trigger. If I can either copy these artifacts or if I can do something to give myself additional end step triggers, then I can just wait. Like, that is where the Urza players want to be, is you just want to be waiting, and you want to be sniping out other people's attempts to win the game. And then you become inevitable. This is the Thanos deck. If you don't want to do that because you're worried about feeling mean, this is probably the wrong commander, but you can still build a version that's going to attempt to just aggressively advance its own game plan rather than interrupt anybody else's. And in that case, we need to be way more on the rails about how critical mass develops. Marketback Walker is not making critical fucking mass of anything other than people feeling bad for you. Same goes for Walking Ballista. Same goes for Mendicant, because you have no other ways to pick up speed. Same goes for all the... everything in your big robot section, except for the one literal big robot, is doing nothing for you. Clown Car is a wildly inefficient way of doing the stuff you want to do. Even efficient construction, I cannot express how little you care about having as many artifacts as possible and how much you care about having as many constructs as possible and having as much interaction as possible. But if we just want to be on the path, of I make as many constructs as possible, I don't want to interact because I'm, I don't know, just such a chill guy. You probably fuck it up with doublers. So as who said, I'm trying to find who said Roaming Throne. But like Roaming Throne, anything that's an artifact creature, we're down with because it's going to give us affinity. Exotic Show, thank you for the 25-bit cheer. Optech, Matter Weaver, and Song of the World Soul. Oh, Oltec. Yeah, like this would be fucked up. These are the types of 19 creatures is a little low for this type of ability, but if we get more artifact creatures, like if we just swap things like the fuck-ass Pristine Talisman, if we just swap like the Pristine Talisman and stop making Power Stones, stop cosplaying in the scary deck. You can have a spooky deck that's trying to cosplay Brothers War. I don't know how to help somebody that's built a deck that very clearly says, I think 1/5/5 is better than 2 4/4s. I don't know what to do about that. Everything in this deck that seems so dedicated to Power Stone production is screaming to me that this person is like, why would I want 3 5/5s when I could have 1 6/6? No. Dude, man, it has a very clear identity, and that identity is I want Gigantosaurus but a robot. So we're stripping the scary designation from you right away. Like, this is dishonorable discharge from scary Esper decks. But if you want to do something that's going to work, I would fuck it up with mirrors. I would fuck it up with artifact creatures that tap for mana. Yeah, if you want to make Thopters, this is going to be how you make Thopters. And then that'll be another thing that triggers Simulacrum Synthesizer. Psi Master Thopterist is fine. And then there's just like, God, the entire world of card draw that we need to have and have free access to in Esper. There's the obvious things like Rhystic Study. There's the like lower power but still solid things like Phyrexian Arena. But then for this deck especially, there is the token generator package. There's the like Caretaker's Talent. This is like so low on the priority list for something as fucked up as Urza, but this is just like 3 mana, draw an extra card every turn my commander is in play. Yeah, Helios, this is the Thopter you want. Oh, hey, look, my artifact creatures don't die in combat anymore. Oh, hey, look. I get to just draw a card anytime I fucking breathe in this deck. Like, this is actually one of the times we have to take you to the zoo because you've clearly never seen a tiger before. Holy fuck, even this would be good. I hate that. This is a win more, greedy ass, fine as fuck, shitty ass card. And it's still, you get twice as much out of every Urza trigger, and you have a way to turn these Urza triggers into lethal. A huge thing you need to be worried about is how do I make sure that these constructs can swing for lethal damage. Flying handles that. There's the artifact lands that we can pick up. Oh, there's Thought Monitor, which would be another good card draw thing. Oh my god, the sad robot becomes viable again. So this is just better than the Kinsmith or the Mirrorsmith. Pay 2, like the constructs that buff each other are way better than a nondescript artifact. March of Progress is fucked up and hateful. We can literally double our board of constructs. Renewed Solidarity is actually bad here because it will non-bow with Urza Chief Artificer. I believe this is... Hold on, let me check the Golem text and see if it's a... The Smeagol text and see if it's a... Yeah, this is the same as the Smeagol thing, where the construct will happen, but the trigger for this is like... The condition... Oh, intervening if. I hate intervening ifs, man. Hold on. Is there an intervening if? There's an intervening for. Is that different than an intervening if? Will this allow us to... believe it works. Okay, then we can do renewed solidarity, and we can do that for construct, and then we can, again, we just want to pop 2 artifacts out. Would Securiton Squadron be viable here? Okay, so it's both viable, and I want to talk to you about why you are everything that's wrong with the world. This is viable for reasonable amounts of mana. This scales much less quickly than just getting additional constructs. This is kind of the definition of what if I just made the number as big as possible, rather than how do I get the number just big enough to begin killing people. Like for again, like it's not bad. It wouldn't be a wasted slot. But if we have Securiton Squadron, if we have 1 or if we have 2, it's like, oh, all of my guys get to come in 2 power and toughness bigger versus spending this card slot on making an extra 1 come in is going to do a lot more for us over the course of the game. So we get the mirrors. There's a ton of just like good card.deck. There's Silver Mirror. The last Urza brother would actually be ridiculously fucked up if we filled your deck with good artifacts. I think you're maybe sleeping on this right now because your deck is filled with bad artifacts. And then there's just like, oh geez, oh god, what if I put interaction in my deck? Shimmer Dragon would also be a quite useful card draw engine for you. This is the Cybermen. This is the squadron we need. Not Securitron. We need Cybermen. Turning all of our constructs into myriad constructs. So that is like you triple their stat lines every time you swing. These are the type of big bombs you need. Not... Well, Their Name is Death is still a good one. Let's go to a different... Do you even have a top end, bro? No, you don't. No, I don't know why I asked, man. But not the cube. Not I get to show you all the funny artifact cards that I really, really like. But things that are going to turn your construct numbers crazy big. Yeah, if we want to do token creation, I'm down. I'm down with this guy. Good banner, good chump blockers, 1/1 every upkeep. Sure. Willpower, thank you for the 18 months in a row. We do not have Cyberdrive Awakener, but that is our version of Craterhoof. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend, for a year and a half. Oh, wait, no, fuck this guy. Well, it's flying. We might take it just for flying. There are ways to get extra end steps. I feel like for this deck, literally all we need to fix is we need to fuck it up with mirrors. We need to fuck it up with more ways to double the construct generation, which we could do with end steps, but the other ways to double the construct generation are typically also helping us on board some other way, and extra end steps are limited just to this one trigger. We know Strionic Resonator is permanent spooky territory. So let's see how this currently plays. We pass for a while. Dope. I'm going to say 3. Everyone else only has Soul Ring. Oh, the deck already had low shield. Dope. Okay, turn 5. We have been graciously allowed to play our commander. At our scary bracket 3, bracket 4 table, we have been allowed to play Urza. We make a construct at end of turn. This is currently a fucking 2/2. But it has hexproof, and it can't be dealt damage when it's attacking. We could play evil fucked up Urza to get another construct. We could play Stasis Coffin to try to avoid our untimely demise. Or we just play Oherthak, right? Now we have 4 constructs. Now our construct board matters because we stuck a tripler. Really, the only thing wrong with this playtest right now is that instead of having mirrors, we had a bunch of like downline synergy pieces instead of just, hey, what if I played fucking ramp for my commander? What if I played a card that let me play my commander ahead of curve? And now, even when... So let's live in the incredibly aspirational world where we get to keep all of this. None of this shit makes the deck scary. This a little bit, but this is relatively normal, and we don't even want to do it because we don't want to kill Oherthak. Like, the thing that makes our deck scary currently is we are an Esper deck with six mana open, and if we pass the turn, we get 3 more creatures. So I can pass to you with 7 open mana, 8 cards in hand, because I'm cheating at my cleanup step. And you have to wonder if I'm going to counterspell what you do, if I'm going to remove any good creature you play, versus like, this is great. At the point we have a critical mass of artifacts, does not fucking matter. At the point when we are double producing, when we have figured out the like Amazon pipeline for creating our constructs, all that matters is get the constructs to lethal, and if we're not getting the constructs to lethal, we need to be holding up interaction. Doesn't get the constructs to lethal. Doesn't get the constructs to lethal. And I would even argue, hexproof, meaningless for your artifact creatures. Nobody is dealing with your constructs with single target removal. They are dealing with these guys with board wipes. Now, artifacts you control in general, maybe. There might be a couple like really critical artifacts, and the card draw clause on this guy alone is probably enough to keep him. But just like, my artifact creatures can't be hit with swords to plowshares is not going to save us from the Vandal Blast, from the Farewell, from any of the other shit that's actually going to stop us. So I think this is wasted. I think you've managed to make this Urza be kind of wasted too. This is definitely wasted. This is not completely wasted, but there are just like better things we could be doing. This is also wasted. This seems very much like RP deck, because I think Stasis Coffin, wasn't that like part of... Yeah, this is from Brothers War. Because again, the things that fuck us up are Farewell, Wrath of God, Vandal Blast, and Stasis Coffin protection doesn't stop any of those. The only thing we really care about is artifact board wipe. If we are putting protection in, it has to protect us from an artifact board wipe, and anything else it can protect us from is superfluous to the goal. This card would be fine in a lower power deck, but it's just so much worse than anything at the same mana value that just makes us more. Like, this is like, oh my god, we clone. We turn everything, all of our artifacts into constructs. My brother in Christ, all of our artifacts are already constructs. We could just cast... We could just make second Urza. Yeah, hey, my guy, you do not have to worry about maximum hand size. I'm not even talking about... Take your Vine Boom and go, man. We're not even talking about the land base. Okay, so turn 4, we've hit ramp. I think we would generally prefer if this was mirror-based ramp, but we've hit ramp. We get to make a token. Now, because our deck has brought no card draw, we have no way to fix the problem that we're currently in of we have nothing else to do. We've only drawn additional ramp. We can't cast Chrome Mox because everything in our hand is a goddamned artifact. But we can play this and this, and we are really just like... We're gonna... Goddamn, we're gonna hard cast Walking Ballista for like X equals 4. We get to make another one of these. We tap for this. We play this. So this is turn 7. We have a couple, what, 7 sevens? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we have 3 7/7s on turn 7, which is some of the most pre-Connie gaming we have seen on this stream. And now for our ultimate trick. We can... I mean, fuck Walking Ballista. The scariest thing we can do is we can pay 6, 7, 8, 10. We can pay 5 into Treasure Vault, and with the power of 5 treasures, these guys are 12/12s. Turning these into 3 12/12s is like more fucked up than anything else. 3 12/12s with Menace. We're just cosplaying a normal green deck, man. So I think right now this is like, from a logistical standpoint, we are tremendously underrating the power of getting additional constructs. You got it with Oher Tak, but the fact that we are prioritizing making mirrors and making Thopters over other token doublers and over Simulacrum Synthesizer tells me that you do not know how counting works after it gets past one hand. Most of what this deck is angling for is creating like 3 10/10s rather than what it should be creating, which is like 10 15 15s pretty easily, like without a tremendous amount of effort. You probably want to pull at least, God, fuck this guy. You probably want to pull at least a few things. Like, I wouldn't even recommend you take Chrome Mox, but you pull some of the ramp over to being all of the mirrors. You get more of these like token doublers, and for the love of God, you got to get some more card draw. Whether it's just Caretaker's Talent, whether it is Rhystic Study, but you can do like... I think this will work. You can do Idol of Oblivion. We can't do like Welcoming Vampire, Enduring Innocence. We can't do the Weenie card draw, but I believe we can do... No, this has Intervening If. This one will fuck us. This one will fuck us. But you can do all the artifact card draw like Thoughtcast. We saw Shimmer Dragon, which if we don't use if we don't use any of our constructs for the turn, we can tap them. We can do Enduring Curiosity for like damage-based draw. We can even just do like just normal shit like Phyrexian Arena. My god. So for today, we are 100% putting you in tuned wrongly. This deck is a monument to Gigantosaurus. It is a monument to being like, what if I made the biggest creature that could not actually win me the game? But thank you very much for the submission. We're going to hit a manual ad break and then 420 weed number, are you here? Oh yeah, we could do Tokasia's Welcome because that's going to draw off mana value. Great, weed number, you're here. So Astra, when you watch the VOD, Tokasia's Welcome is another great example of card draw engine for you. We're going to hit an ad break and then come back to do 420 weed numbers deck, which I am praying and hoping will be scarier than this one. All right. For background noise, we might be in the static zone. We do have background music, but this mic is old and I need to replace it. Shadowqua, I have not finished it yet. I've had the idea, but I'm still polishing it. My feelings on Master Transcendent as a commander is some stuff. There's some stuff you can do with it. Not a ton, but there's some stuff. Can I throw a card your way that I think has sleeper potential, Mauled? Is it for the deck we just looked at, or is it for something else? It should be later this month. Yeah, Exotic, sure. Sure, that can be the vamping before 420 weed number. Lemon, no, I've watched a couple episodes, but I haven't watched the whole thing. Austin McCartney, thank you for the $10 super chat. Request for something other than the spooky loop music. Austin, I appreciate that generosity so much that I will turn it off for a little bit. I don't have other music because I can't split. I haven't yet split my VOD tracks, and so I'm not able to play just like normal music and have my VODs not get demonetized by YouTube. DMC, thank you for the 45-bit cheer. How do you feel about Deadpool as the commander of a silly pranks deck, Warp World, Grip of Chaos, as well as donating stuff like Archfiend of Dross for instant loss? DMC, I love you, right? I need you to internalize that when I tell you that is one of the worst deck ideas I have heard in the world. What you are talking about is heavy control without built-in ways to asymmetrically benefit. Chaos is control. If you as a pilot are very funny, you can ameliorate the degree to which it pisses people off by being silly. However, Deadpool's a stacks piece or a control piece. I'm not going to get into the semantic definition between stacks and control, but Deadpool is a slow things down piece. Deadpool slows the game down, not speeds it up. If you do Warp World, Grip of Chaos, if you do like swap around who controls what, and I'm going to replace your permanents with other permanents, it is like, I don't believe that can be the gimmick of the deck. I believe that can be a package that is within the deck. As soon as it goes to being more than 10 of the cards in the deck, I think you've fucked up. I think that the core engine of the deck has to be something that like just works. And then you can have a few pieces in here that are like Deadpool's silly pranks, and that can work out. But like 90% of that deck has to be a Rakdos game plan that is strictly functional. Because otherwise you just get into otherwise you just get into the my game plan is making indeterminate things happen, which can be fun but not very often. Yeah, like it sounds like a guaranteed way to fuck up the vibe. Which I trust you as a deck builder to design like a win con within that deck, but I think for Deadpool specifically, that deck needs to be like 90% win con, 10% pranks. I agree with Agu. Much like Deadpool cosplayers at conventions, most Deadpool decks will be people thinking they're way funnier than they are. I think that is also the case for Deadpool clones, Deadpool pranks, Deadpool chaos, any of these archetypes. The commander is already going to dictate so much of the gameplay pattern being a bad vibe that if you try to put more chaos on it, it's got to be a very light touch. A very light touch, and your deck has to clearly be doing other stuff. Yeah, criminal levels of scaring the hose. The deck focuses on group slug stuff with Rakdos stacks and funny pranks. Yeah, I do not like that. I am going to actively warn you against it. Not even roasting style. I think that is like number one bad vibes recipe I've heard in the last 2 weeks. Mauled, you gotta close that second tab. Somebody's gonna take a screenshot and try to expose you. I would love to be able to drama farm off my political talk, introspective trash. What, am I going to get exposed for bringing up how America's descending into Nazi Germany-esque fascism? Fucking expose me, bro. What? Do it. But anyway. Yeah, Deadpool group slug is like... I very firmly believe that for a Deadpool deck to have good vibes, it is incredibly risky to do anything other than proactive Rakdos gameplay that uses Deadpool as its primary creature control piece. I think anything else you do, it's going to lead to people going like, because the other stuff you can do with Group Slug and Rakdos is you can punish people for taking game actions, and then Deadpool punishes you for playing creatures, and so it just becomes like, oh, if I do anything, it sucks now. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Which at cutthroat tables is fine. Like if you're at a table where you're just trying to get something done mechanically, god damn it, Alec, yes, you do smell a counterweight commander. If you're just trying to get something done mechanically, Deadpool control is fine. But if you're trying to get a silly gimmick done, Deadpool pranks, bringing in group slug elements is just farting in the hot tub. It's farting in the hot tub and you laughing at how big the bubbles get. Which can be a kind of funny sentence, but I am urging you to consider what it would be like if you did that. Kai in YouTube chat says, can attest, had a buddy make Chaos Deadpool, and after 2 weeks we asked him to stop playing it. Yeah, like it could be a deck that you bring out every once in a while when people want something crazy. If you play Commander a lot, it can be very useful to every once in a while do like a palette cleanser with a wacky Chaos deck, and Deadpool pranks could be perfect for that. But it could never be a deck you just like kept that thing on you with. Do you think Mothman is too strong for its own good? I love the card, but he gets blown up because it grows so quickly. His ass is fat, bro. We can't hold that against him. I don't necessarily think he's too strong for its own good. I do think he's too strong. He's in like bracket 3 and above jail, in my mind, unless you have a tremendously stupid gimmick. Like, I just think Mothman, don't try to build the 2. Unless it's out of the box precon. As soon as you are building your own Mothman deck and putting any type of thought behind it, you probably have a 3. And that is something important to accept and understand. But like 3s are fun to play with, 4s are fun to play with. But he is kind of, Mothman and his big thick cheeks do kind of get siloed into bracket 3 because bracket 4 is comboing, and bracket 2 is like, if you don't play with the out of the box precon, he is too good for that. Three is a hellscape. Yeah, and I don't like coconut. What the fuck are we talking about? So he might be too powerful for his own good for you. I like bracket 3. Bracket 3 is kind of where I'm rocking. I hate bracket 4. I'm also very happy with bracket 2. But my like heat map of strength I like to play at is like bracket 3, little below, little above. So I'm like mad happy with where Mothman ends up. Corey, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So if you hate bracket 3, or if you've had a bunch of experiences with people trying to manage bracket 3, that makes sense. Jester the Clown, thank you for the 100 bits. I love decks that change the dynamic of the game by adding in factors that make your opponents think. Chaos, if done correctly, can be this, but chaos with the intent of laughing at chaos instead of chaos for the sake of benefit just isn't it. Jester, that is both true and it's like... a lot of the time, things that take away agency in the hope of changing the game state retain a lot less agency than you might believe. So it depends on what specific chaos pieces you're talking about, but like a lot of times going, I'm playing this card because I'm making my opponents think, means all your opponent is thinking about is like, man, holy fuck, I can't do anything until that gets taken off the board. Shit. Which sucks. I really like him. I just don't want to have to run a million pieces of prot. I don't know. Okay, yes, that part sucks. He is like, you gotta shoot him. That's actually something that you can free up by making the deck stronger. There are so many good +1/+1 counter pieces in Sultai that if you want to protect Deadpool, you either, not Deadpool, Mothman, you either have to run a million pieces of protection or just play other crazy fucking threatening things that trick people into removing them instead of Mothman. But Mothman is so good that he demands removal relatively quickly. Not necessarily like instant speed removal the second you see him, but like, yeah, if you don't kill him fast, he gets out of control. Okay, let's get in to 420 Weed Numbers deck. And now that we've vamped for a moment, I'm bringing the haunting background music back. This is a scary deck. When Assassin's Creed got revealed, okay, so not scary. Rest in piss. It was a silly ass set of boosters. Anyway, when Assassin's Creed got revealed, I got really excited about potential historical figure cards. My most anticipated were Ben Franklin, George Washington, Karl Marx, and Leonardo da Vinci. 1 out of 4 is okay, I guess. Yeah, Karl Marx does fuck. I fiddled with this deck occasionally for months before printing it. It was my first mono blue deck. It took me a while to understand completely what Da Vinci did. After printing, it quickly became one of my go-to high-power decks. The basic play pattern is play Leo, tap him to cheat at magic, and draw cards. Repeat until you've cheated out powerful artifacts and drawn enough cards to kill everybody. Cheating out the bigums is great, but the deck is pretty fragile. A well-timed board wipe really shits in Leo's cereal. There are plenty of ways to protect them, but all my big artifacts becoming creature tokens is a double-edged sword. They can swing and block, but can also be removed by most creature removal, blink, or bounce spells. I included counter spells, but I think I could use more/better counters. The fragility is the only thing holding him back, but he's still pretty crazy most of the time. Let's check this out. Leonardo da Vinci can get fucked up for sure. Historically accurate Leonardo da Vinci. They lied to you. I will expose his crimes. So this is for 2 blue and tap. Draw and discard. If the discarded card was an artifact, exile it, make a token copy, but it's a 0/2 Thopter. So very, very powerful for cheating things out. So the... oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. This... I am being coordinated against. Agu, Slath, I swear to fuck, if I open up your decks and I see Mind's Eye in them, I am banning you both from the Discord. Okay. It is at least better in this deck than the previous deck. It is better in this deck than the previous one. because we can potentially dump this to Leo's trigger and get it for 3 rather than 5. I cut Rhystic for Mind's Eye. Okay. I can conceptually understand that for theming. Why are we... or I can understand that because you fell victim to the artifact brainworms. Does say artifact on it. Do you grasp why them paying the 1 is also a very, very good payoff for Rhystic Study? Like, if you are worried about people interacting with your board, forcing everybody to play the game 1 mana slower is like... That's also... It's not as good as just drawing a million cards, but you should, like, also be happy about that. So did we cut Rhystic because it wasn't drawing you cards? That's what this trauma response tag is telling me, and I disagree with it because, you know, soft stacksing everybody with it is actually like meaningful upside of Rhystic Study, particularly if you are getting victimized by single target removal. Only because funny, TBH. Okay, so we want to make a Leo deck that eschews the typical mono blue good stuff, or at least the mono blue good stuff that is not like strictly onto the deck's theme. I can try to work with you on that. So we have Chief of the Foundry. I don't know if I believe in this guy. We will see. We will see if this problem persists throughout the rest of your deck, but this seems like too small budget for what Leo's doing. Like, for an artifact that you want to dump, we want to dump either a way bigger banner. We never want to cast this guy at 3 because we're casting Leo at 3. We never want to cast this guy at 3 because we're spending 3 mana to activate Leo's ability. Like, he's just bumping into... We always have something better than casting him, because making our 0/2s 1/3s is never going to solve it. Karn is great for floating us a shitload of mana. Okay, yeah, I'm beginning to see the struggle. Overseer I can rock with because we can just repeat this and eventually get things bigger. Giving everything hexproof, dope. Getting additional Thopters I will accept alongside the +1/+1 banner, but I don't like having these like 3 mana, what if my Thopters were slightly less shitty. March of Progress great, Synthesizer great, Training Grounds great. He cheated on his taxes. Why? Like, I am legitimately reality chip. But we're not like... So this type of tax evasion, most helpful when we are trying to storm. It's having this like this piecemeal. This is kind of the same thing that we did with the 3 mana things, where we're just like, we're shopping in Walmart when we should be shopping at like a military surplus store. We have some light cost reduction, but like typically I can't imagine we're casting very many artifacts. We do have the deeply irresponsible curve that's probably convinced you that you want these things. But I would care more about like, you know what I would always rather do than cast Foundry Inspector? I would, at every moment, Rather draw and discard a chromatic orrery. Every time. Top is in here, yeah. It's an infinite. Oh, so we have a reality chip. Ugh, I mean, we're not out of the... Well, that's infinite draw our deck, right? But do we even... Does that... I hate that I'm asking this. Does drawing our deck in this mono blue deck win the game? Because I'm kind of like... I don't think it does. Probably. I don't like that's... Okay, Leo top ability. Okay, so that can, yeah, if we're holding up enough mana. Okay, then here we are at the crossroads. Here we are at the crossroads. This is a combo that says if I have 3 open swings, 5 open mana, Leo on board, top on board, and a cost reducer on board, I can draw my deck infinitely and win the game. I think this either needs to be doubled down on way more, or these 4 cards are detracting from everything else your deck wants to do too much. If you want to be like deep on the reality chip combo, that's where we can't really be affording to turn down things like Rhystic Study. Yeah, you could also put Thoracle in, and then Thoracle, but then it becomes like we're doing mono blue combo. Akroma's Memorial is very openly not that good in this deck. There's a lot of things that are very openly not that good in this deck. But what we have here is like, it's a 5-card package. Get the fuck out of here. It's a 5-card package that requires an immense amount of setup in a deck that you've already described as fragile. And so if you want it to be less fragile, all 5 of these things could just be slots dedicated to making the deck less fragile, which I think would be much more doper than like, maybe if the stars align, I get to pop off crazy style. World Walker Helm is just fucked up for the second text box, like map token, whatever. Second text box fucked up. Sensei's is fine. He discovered... yeah. Leonardo, famed inventor of mana. I think we've also taken our ramp in mostly the wrong way. We do take it the right way later with Leo's Hall of Horrors, but I don't think we need like... that much turn 1, 2, and 3 ramp. Like, God, it is scary, so you probably want Soul Ring. I guess +2/+2. See, this is a better banner. I like Forsaken Monument better than I like the 3 mana banners. Akroma's Memorial I don't like as much because I think like flying should be the operative keyword. We have Stride Hanger already. Mirror la la la. But I think flying is the operative keyword. The next most operative keyword is indestructible and hexproof. And then after that, dog. Dog. What are we doing? Leo's Hall of Horrors, and it's his own mechanical nutsack. Okay, so we have Bad Orb. He flooded Venice. I mean, High Tide is actually like quite good for you. He hid the truth. So Illusionist Bracers, not bad. What you are very noticeably missing, which is one of the most fucked up things a Leonardo da Vinci deck can do. Holy shit. Is Intruder Alarm. If, like, in talking about different Christmas lands we could live in, this Christmas land is like, hold on. Camera got a little weird there. This Christmas land is 1 mana artifact becomes a creature, untaps. 1 mana become. You get this, you get Training Grounds, you get Leo, and then you just like become Amazon. Let's see. He replaced the birds. That's actually a good thing. I like Curiosity Crafter. We've already talked about Joy is Familiar. I think Ornithopter of Paradise is just like fine. We have Thopter on a lot of words in the deck. Draw on damage is super fine here. He made them to be alone. This is the only crime I would actually judge Da Vinci for, is making the sad robot. He invented the assembly line. Unfortunately, extremely reasonable. I think Reality Chip is a trap. I think for the most part, you should always have the thing you want to dump to Da Vinci just in your hand. And if you don't, that is a problem with the card draw in your deck or a problem with the tutors in your deck, rather than like, oh God. Like, we don't need to set up the top of your deck better. We need to set up your hand better. Setting up the top of your deck better is kind of a last resort for if your hand has already failed. He was a witch. This is great for the tag. Hey, I'm not going to put you on blast because I understand you put this card in as a joke, and you definitely did not intend for Wizard class to be holding down your very scary mono blue artifacts deck. So I appreciate this great joke you have done. I would begin running. Chat's going to get you. And we're not going to talk about it any further because I do love the tag in this interactive history lesson on Leonardo da Vinci. So we can cut this now. And then for Hall of Horrors, so Hall of Horrors stuff that I don't think is actually that good for you. Achroma's Memorial. I think you would rather have 1-for-1 swap on 7 mana artifact thing. How fucked up do you think you can get if your Thopters become Myriad? Elikman, it's a lot of mana just to get some power on board when we have a lot of other ways to either get power on board. I only don't have this card because I don't care about Doctor Who, as opposed to the deep amount of care you have for Achroma. There's plenty of fandoms I don't care about where I print out the good text boxes. Or yeah, or better than Achroma. So I'd recommend this. I would recommend Cyberman Squadron. Hexavis. So it ETBs with 6 counters on it. This is a 6 mana 6/6. Leo's also a coward. Dog. Your mono blue artifacts, 3 mana 6/6. Shut the fuck up. Crazy not good enough. If you want a 3 mana 6/6, play mono green. Kappa Cannoneer. See, this one's good. This is just a, like, creature we can cast for cheap is going to grow all game long and become unblockable. Meteor Golem's fine because it has interaction stapled to it. This thing sucks. It's not terrible. It's definitely not terrible. We get to draw an extra card every combat, and we can potentially double down on our copy behavior. But I think we have a lot of, like, Simulacrum Synthesizer is not a cast trigger. It's, I think, ETBs, right? Yeah, it's just artifacts with mana value 3 or greater. And I think creating a token copy of it, will that retain the mana value? Anyway, we're talking about other things right now. A lot of your bombs are criminally bad at fighting. Darksteel Forge is good protection. Chromatic Orrery is a good mana rock to drop. But the things so far that are our champions, our battle champions, are Chroma's Memorial, Hexavis, Mere Battlesphere. Like Immortal Sun. Like, we have nothing here that gets us to meaningful amounts of combat damage compared to something like Graz, or even compared to some of the other effects people were suggesting like Banner of Kinship, but for Thopters. Because this is one where you can hold it in your hand and you can just drop it late, and you can go from a bunch of 0/2s to a bunch of, like, 10/12s on basically on demand. Once you get a board of Thopters, dropping Banner of Kinship in gives it a shitload of +1/+1s versus, like, if you're mono blue, you don't want to be predictable. Mono blue is not a color for the transparent. It's not a color for the forthright. If you are trying to get a win out in mono blue, you have to be sneaky and tricksy. It doesn't mean you have to lie, but it means that the curve of when you are going for the win has to be not clearly telegraphed. And things like Chief of the Foundry, Master of Ethereum, these are telegraphing your build-up very, very clearly. Steel Overseer telegraphs it as well, but it's just so gosh darn good that if you put Intruder Alarm in the deck, I still believe in it. But Banner of Kinship is going to be the type of thing where it's like, this pops out and shows people. Clones are fine. Not worried about clones. This is a good bomb. You can fuck up other people's boards. You can start stealing stuff. This exists. I mean, it's an artifact creature we can cheat out that will convert to card draw. That's fine. I want to look up some better card draw options, because a situation we're going to get into with these combat triggers is they don't matter until you have at least one banner, And you do not want to be holding this deck up on the problem of like, oh, I need my artifacts to be 1/3s before they can like hit, before they can trigger Thopter Spy Network, before they can trigger Sharding Sphinx. So I want to see if there's any other good artifacts we could give you. Oh, I forgot to mandate color. Good artifacts we could give you to cheat out that would just like, holy shit, draw a card. Consider how funny. You will get mugged. Don't do this. You will get fucking mugged, but just think about it. Honestly fucked up that this is, listen, this is not for the scary deck, but honestly fucked up that you could play this. No, Helios, I'm not, like, the problem with Bident of Thassa is if we say we need combat damage triggers, it means that if we do Leonardo and then and then activate Leonardo, we have to have a banner before we can draw any cards. Which is tough, right? Having to... Marina Vendrels won't work because we're not casting it. Mightstone and Weakstone isn't bad. This is like decent mana rock that could pull double duty as removal. Thought Monitor wouldn't be bad. Throne of Eldraine is... So here's the thing. Throne of Eldraine is like a little bit tough for us because we're not casting a lot of like... Or we shouldn't be doing a lot of like mono blue spells. We have a ton of like artifacts that we can't use. Idol of Oblivion... Idol of Oblivion would definitely be worth considering. God, we could do Magic Mirror, as someone suggested. That would actually be, that would be insanely greedy and just might be crazy enough to work. So Reaver, we have a number. Oh, it's in there already? Oh, it is. Okay. Fuck. Then how do we fix this? Because we have a number of things that trigger off of combat damage. The thing that I don't like about the combat damage triggers, and we'll probably see this borne out. I mean, God, we could do that, but at that point, like, does that beat Thoughtcast? One with the machine is good. We have Thoughtcast. When they have 9 counter spells, which is actually like crazy, crazy low. Yeah, we could. Okay. Looking at this curve, yeah, Lunar Insight will probably work. But this is really, really low, and in the context of being able to stop multiple things. This is probably like we can stop one thing. My eyes are lingering on Staff of Nin, like tremendously bad card that might become playable for 3 mana. This is blue Phyrexian Arena. Well, let's do a little bit of gold fishing and see how it actually works right now. So we do War Room, we do that, we play the Medallion, we play this, turn 4. Now we can begin cranking that Da Vinci. We for sure do Darksteel Forge. So we have Thopter Forge. Our artifacts are indestructible. We crank Da Vinci. This has to be an artifact. We Achroma's Memorial. So now we have 2 0/2s, but they are the alphabet soup dinosaur. Which is like turn 5 in a scary game is actually straight up not good. Turn 5 in my scary game, I have access to the best blockers ever. Then the next turn, now I think we get to tutor. Gosh, I'm just gonna grab wait, are the bracers? No, it's 0 or 1 that we get to. I'm just gonna get fucking Soul Ring, man, and we float a colorless. So we play this. We play this. We get a construct. Now this construct also has been hit with the label maker from hell. So we have to tap 2 blue and 1 to play this guy. We could Foundry Inspector, who again, like, guy straight up doesn't matter unless we are executing the top combo. Everybody is fucking terrified of us. Everybody is fucking terrified of us because we have Urza and Leo on the field, and it's going to translate to not a goddamn thing. We crank that Da Vinci. Thank fuck. We get a copy of Steel Overseer. So now, in 5 turns, these motherfuckers are about to get the what for. Next turn. We crank that motherfucking Da Vinci. Overloading this onto the Karn, we'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'd have 7 7/7s. That's 49. That could probably like threaten one or multiple people that are still alive in this game. But it's not super compelling. We continue cranking Da Vinci, and we miss, again, because we have no way to draw cards. So at this point, we will just rely on Urza instead. We will shuffle, and we will free cast a cost reducer who doesn't matter. We crank Da Vinci, and we free cast. Holy shit, we get to draw 2 cards. Holy shit. Holy fucking God. Yeah, we kind of, God, Ruin's correct. We kind of are at the level where, like, we fuck with Chamil, dude. This is Gruul player territory, but we super fuck with an expensive artifact we can cheat out that's going to just give us value and hopefully get rid of the like lower mana value hits from our deck so that we can dump the higher value hits to Divinky. Okay, so final tally of things in deck I don't believe in. I don't believe in Cheap of the Foundry, Master of Ethereum, Ethereum Sculptor, Foundry Spectre, Joyra's Familiar, Sapphire Medallion, or Reality Chip. I don't believe in Arcane Signet or Thought Vessel. I don't believe in Wizard class. I don't believe in Akroma's Memorial. I don't believe in Hexavis. I don't believe in Mere Battlesphere. I don't believe in Sharding Sphinx. And the rest, there might be better options, but those are the things where I'm like, truly, truly, truly not fucking with. Monument to Endurance would be very good, like low mana value guaranteer for us. And then, I mean, I think we got to subject you to the zoo, because what we are really missing is like, we don't have great hits. We have a deck that is like head in the sand, refusing to actually abuse Leonardo's trigger. All of these people are stupid. Normal stuff, normal stuff, normal stuff. I mean, this just is pseudo-vigilance most of the time. Okay, Zoo figured out one thing. You could probably do Immortal Sun. This would double up on giving you some additional card draw. Gives you that first banner to turn on all of our swing effects. This is ridiculous unless you want everybody to shoot you on sight. This would be kind of fucked up for just generic Value Town. I mean, we're kind of at the point where like the deck lacks a dedicated plan to the degree that we are better off just throwing pasta at the wall. Melancholy, absolutely no, you are not. See, like, Reaver Titan is just a fucked up threatening guy. Other good fucked up threatening guys do include, as Vaxrung is saying, Cityscape Leveler. This is just on attack, so it's not as good as if we hardcast it, but it does provide us with, on attack every turn, we get to shoot something that we don't like, which is a little bit better than what Meteor Golem's doing for us. We could do Coat of Arms. No, Jomi. God, I hate Planeswalkers. But if we want to be as strategic as possible. This Planeswalker is probably quite good for us. Just as the card draw, because we're almost always going to satisfy that 3 or more artifacts condition. So there's Cityscape Leveler, there's the Staff of Nin, because you definitely need more card draw. I would also recommend Raise the Palisade. You really don't have a lot of ways to hit back in terms of interaction. Like you have all these 0/2s where the only way they ever end up mattering is if you get like 5 different banners stacked on top of them. And so I think for the purposes of how do I win the game, you want to be on more things like Graz, or you want to be on more of these like lean a little bit more into untapping, because the untappers can also work with Steel Overseer to just pull a board state out of a hat. Fettelkin Humiliator, I don't think it's like a fine card, but I think it's focusing on the pennies when we're not worried enough about the dollars. Vettelkin lets us shut down one specific blocker, and we have not even reached the state of having attackers we are confident in. And the way we get attackers we're confident in is some things we've already included, like Forsaken Monument. I think the bar has to be, it can't just give +1/+1. If it gives +1, it has to be something like Immortal Sun that is giving us additional benefits on top of that, like giving us the cost reduction. Oh wait, Humiliator hits all? Ah, never mind, I cannot read. Ha ha! Put this motherfucker in! So yeah, this guy would help a lot. It would prevent people from being able to block your flyers, but overwhelmingly, onus has to be creatures I control hit harder, which Leo can kind of do, but if we're gonna do it, we need to be doubling down a lot more on having cards in hand, or at least multiple cards in hand, which does bring me back towards like Monument to Endurance, Staff of Nin, Nexus of Becoming, which you already do have, Immortal Sun. Kindred Discovery does get us cards in hand too. This might be worth considering. It's at minimum better than Mind's Eye. God damn. It is at least a 1-to-1 swap with Mind's Eye. And then I would do some Intruder Alarm shenanigans. So I'm going to, I don't know if this was tuned wrongly. No, unfortunately Tuned Wrongly is actually going to continue pulling a lot of weight today, because I think this was a blue deck built by a green player. It's a mono blue deck built by somebody who wanted to have a very telegraphed and clear combat damage based overrun condition over time, and you can't be playing fair magic like that, at least not if you want to be at the scary table. It's possible to do that if you want to be at like silly goofy tables, but this is just a lot of I hesitate to even call it a victory lap. It's like a lot of consolation laps that are happening here with a couple good cards mixed in. I'm gonna say it, Omen Hawk Twa, bitch. I think it's only fitting that the blue player should have to listen to other people talk when they don't want them to. Hey boss, if we do Intruder, don't we need haste to not just lose before we untap with the goons? Why would... I don't understand the question. So if we do Intruder Alarm, we just end up with a sort of like permanently untapped board. There's definitely the question of Oh, maybe I don't have the mana to juice them for a lethal swing on the same turn that I'm doing all the tapping and untapping. Gray, we suggested Graz for this deck as well. As in, before we can kill people, why would Intruder Alarm make us lose in a turn cycle? Like, yes, it doesn't win the game on the spot. I don't think that's a materially different position than this deck was already in. Because it's also like, it's not like we've tapped down everyone else's stuff. Our turn is going to untap everybody else's creatures too. So we're not really using it. We're not really using it for the stack side of it either. We thunder through most of our deck and open ourselves to a board wipe? No. I mean, yes, and how is different? Like, yes, it takes a turn that is very threatening, and people can respond to that turn, but if we've thundered through most of our deck, the vain hope is going to be that we have thundered through to one of our counter spells as well, and that we don't spend every last drop of mana on Intruder Alarm shenanigans. Or yeah, as Duding Sun is pointing out, Davinci can just do this Intruder Alarm shit on the end step of the person before us. This is an instant speed ability. There is no need that we do this in main phase 2 and then pass to everybody else tapped out. We just play Intruder Alarm with like 6 mana open, say go, and then on the end step of the turn before us, we are running this. I believe this is already in the deck and is one of the few things I did not take particular issue with. Oh, we're not. I really don't think 1/1s are that good. Like, we don't have a lot of win artifact ETB. Right, we get 1 free Thopter. Why is that? That does not change the balance of power in the Marvel Universe. We need to be concerned with changing the balance of power in the Marvel. We don't want Staxish things. We don't. No, to God. We're moving on before people. This is the ultimate test of when we've gotten too lost in the sauce on one deck, is chat starts suggesting the worst cards ever. We're going to do a manual ad break, and then we're going to move on to Air Laz's deck. Air Laz, are you here? True, as Spanish is saying, just play Winter Orb. There we go. Now we've fixed the deck. Repurposing Bay is also potentially very useful. We do have a good healthy spread of mana values, so we basically are never going to be without a target, and it's also something that we can just dump for Davinci. Question: I run ad blockers and don't see the ad break. Does that hurt your bottom line? Girthy Poro, yes, and it doesn't matter. You want to know why? Twitch pays me dog shit for ads. Twitch pays... The only reason I am running ad breaks on this channel is because Twitch mandates that I must. If I could run the Twitch stream with 0 ads and have it never get interrupted, I would do so. The amount of money that I get from ad revenue is so fucking minuscule and nothing that you are hurting my bottom line to such a fucking insignificant degree that it is not worth considering for even a moment. Run the ad blocker, don't see the ad. However it's happening, I don't care. I just want people to not be getting cut off and sent into the ad break in the middle of a bit. And so we run, I run the ads manually so that the pre-rolls stay off. Because if we have pre-roll ads on, like pre-roll ads on versus pre-roll ads being off is a meaningful difference to how many new viewers stay. Especially lurkers. Like anybody that isn't already familiar with my content, getting hit with like a minute of fucking ads just for the opportunity to watch my content feels so goddamn bad. So most of the reason we're running these manual ad breaks is so that there's the potential for me to grow as a streamer. Versus like, yeah, if you run an ad blocker, more power to you. Hey, if you feel bad about it, the Patreon has a $1 membership that is called Adblock Absolution. There is literally an option to pay me $1. I guarantee you. I think Twitch does get mad about it, so I'm not gonna leak the specific ad revenue numbers, but I guarantee you, if you signed up for the $1 Patreon tier, you would pay me meaningfully more money than your ad revenue ever made me. You don't even have to keep it forever. $1 one time, you're cool for like 6 months. You are chill for like 6 fucking months of ad blocking everything else I do. I almost dipped straight back to YouTube when I got the ad wall during the first DD stream before I could press sub. Yeah, exactly. Like the ad wall sucks, and I get it very much. Now, unfortunately, YouTube viewers, if that auto ad system ever hits you with an ad, get fucked. You guys have meaningful ad revenue. I don't have the money for subbing to Twitch. Hopefully once I get my dissertation approved, I can afford to live. What's the America term? Check to check. Rowan, don't feel bad about that for a moment. I'm just happy for your eyeballs, my friend, which I will sell on the black market. And Salteris, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. What are your thoughts on Deathmatch? I don't know if this works super well in Gisa because I believe that is this is only once a turn. So you can double dip on it a little bit, but also like, you know, this allows other people to shoot your skeletons, right? This is like perfectly worded so that when other people play creatures, every creature they play allows them to kill one of your skeletons. Because it goes, Twitch still pays out streamers from Turbo viewers, right? Yes, I do still get paid from Turbo, but again, like on Twitch, fucking not, I don't even know the percentage. Almost the entirety of compensation on Twitch is bits and subs. That is what matters. Salteris, thank you for the Twitch follow. And Anacalia, thank you. Or wait, Anacala maybe? Anacala, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. But yeah, so for like eyeballs, YouTube viewers pay much better than Twitch. For this being a like career that I do, I think ad revenue might matter if I ever made it to like the 4 or 5 digit viewer realm. But while I am just like in the 3 digits, ad revenue, blink and you'll miss it. Doesn't matter. You guys just being here, that's more than enough for me. Don't worry about it. I'm not tight about it. the ad revenue might mean something if I ever became a like 1,000+ viewer streamer. Like, you know what? I'm sure Ludwig, I'm sure that ad revenue is like choice, but otherwise, use the ad blocker. I don't care. Are you worried about reaching 4 to 5 digit viewers at some point? I wouldn't say worried, but I would say like there is not a day that passes that I don't think about how to convert my stream to the next order of magnitude. I am doing my best recently to not hyper fixate on the analytics in specific. Reaver28, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate that generosity so much. Welcome to Dog Heaven. But like just the other day I was talking to Bean about how I script the long form for the Darkest Dungeon stuff. I'm really happy with how the Darkest Dungeon stuff is doing. Owlbear, we've had like 15 plus people redeem the custom Discord role at this point. So I spend a lot of time considering how do I hit the next order of magnitude of entertaining. I spent a long time streaming to no people. I spent a long time streaming to 10 people. I spent a very, very short time streaming to 50 people. And I spent a long time streaming to like 100 people and having difficulty breaking like the made up 3-digit wall. And the whole time I am always thinking about like, what gimmicks can I add? How can I change my titling? How can I change my what can I do with the go live notifications to try to motivate people more? Like the free deck roasting stream, that fucking gives back to you guys, but the point of that was like, that is next order of magnitude, biggest thing I can do. And it failed to be an order of magnitude change, but that is the only stream I've ever done that averaged over 300 viewers without a raid. And so that was like, good idea. We're going to keep doing it. And we're going to keep thinking about like, what else can we do to make people curious enough to click in and get them staying. So storming let me read it off. I don't think gimmicks are the answer, IMO. Your personality is what's going to keep people here. That is true. My personality is what keeps people here. It's what converts people into being regulars. Gimmicks are 100% what gets people to come into the channel anyway. The only reason I have a Twitch audience in the first place is because I and still do the YouTube short and TikTok commander roast videos. That is a gimmick. That is a like hook that got people to click into the stream. And the last gimmick we did was the free deck roasting thing. And that was one of the most successful streams to date, and it converted a bunch of new people to followers because personality won them over. Like, I'm not saying, oh, I need to do these gimmicks and that will solve everything, but in terms of like getting people to jump in the first place, gimmicks are highly effective. Gimmicks are very, very effective at getting people to just tap the link once. And then it's on me as an entertainer. Grey Jedi, you're right. Yeah. It should just be full. I should just hang dong. That will do it. It's worked for some people. I was mainly drawn to this channel by Manifest Destiny and the endless acres free to claim along Mald's hairline. Perfect. Thank you, Max Falcon. And Austin McCartney, thank you for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. So it's sort of, here, let me pull up Let me see how I can pull this up. And then I swear to God, Airlaz will get into your deck roasting after just a moment. Content, no. Analytics, yes. DMC, thank you to the 100-bit cheer. To be fair to some of us, I was drawn to you from seeing you on Shuffle Up and Play and thought, damn, that guy rules. Thank you, DMC. And I appreciate your ongoing contributions to the dog pile. And Fayglow, thank you for those 5 gifted subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. So how do I... Yeah, let me take a snip of this. Okay. So one trend that I have observed very, very regularly, this was, I believe, Monday's stream. A trend that I have observed very regularly is my average viewership is consistently between 1/6 and 1/4 of how many unique viewers click into the stream. And so the gimmicks in my mind are what brings up the unique viewers. I think the average and the max, the max is typically dictated by if we get rated or not. I typically view the average viewers as a measure of personality effectiveness on convincing people to stay in the stream. But the unique viewers is often bit driven. That is, how good is my title? How good is the visual presentation that's going to show up as like the thumbnail on Twitch and on YouTube? And did I promote the stream at all? And because it is so consistent that it is between like 16 and 25% of my unique viewers will stay as average viewers, that means the more I can drive up unique viewers, on average, the better the stream's going to be. And so that's why we do gimmicks. But I am always trying to be like, what can I do to bring this ratio up? Well, thank you, Withered. I appreciate that very much. So anyway, we have a deck to do from Airlaz, and we have 2 random Smasher passes to do. Pass hard. Also pass. Respectfully. Do you know how much the long form roasts are going to be? As we've all seen, I am not averse to dropping money for the bit. I have no idea because I know that they include merch that I do not have a hand in personally pricing or figuring out the production method for. So I got no clue. Yeah, storming for sure. I do a very bad job of promoting my I do a very bad job of promoting the stream specifically on my short forums, and I'm going to and I keep trying to remind myself to do better. Does YouTube give you better metrics like average time watched? YouTube does. On average, a YouTube viewer watches the stream for... Oh, here, I'll pull up this stream. The average YouTube viewer watches 16.5 minutes of the stream. Now, I wish that I could get median. Average is typically a really, really bad metric when you're trying to work with viewer retention, because this counts all the people who, like, they jump in for 5 seconds, don't see something they immediately give a shit about, and then leave. And so there's probably a lot of, like, 30 to 60 minute people, and there's probably a lot of 1 minute people. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ginger. I'll start, like, pinning comments to check out my YouTube. Between both Twitch and YouTube, you have to have, like, 350 to 400 concurrent viewers, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm in, like, the top I don't know if I'm top 1% on Twitch, but I'm in like the top couple percent. Oh. Okay. Air Laz time. Scary. The deck revolves around Vren the Relentless. Oh, okay, you're going to hell. And the ability to turn all your removal spells into ones that create rats. The deck has no win con outside of beating someone to death with rats, but is running a pile of removal and control pieces to make the army, as well as creatures that give my opponents creatures that I will then shortly massacre and turn into rats to punch them with. The deck also tends to act as the police and tends to make up for a table's lack of removal to control the combo player and utilize said lack of removal from opponents to win. The deck is hateful. Dimir no win con control that is somehow meant to be the hero of the story. Why is Vren rizzing me? Alright, so we have Liliana. That seems probably fine. Classic bracket 4 dog shit. I will give you a pass on a number of what? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I was about to be like, why the fuck do you want 1/1 mirrors, but you don't want 1/1 mirrors, do you, you little scamp? You want them to have 1/1 mirrors. Okay. Okay. $4,000. $4,000 of hate. All right, so we have Edict Effect. Make something lose abilities, but is unblockable rat. So 70-cent draft chaff. Death touch blocker, sure. So when does Vren do it? Vren does it at every end step. And we have an exile effect, which is quite good. I think the worst thing about this is that it precludes us doing any fucking like theft bullshit to close the game up, but okay. Enduring Curiosity for draw, Braids Arisen Nightmare for draw. This is a good blue card, this is a good black card. Draw. This one's solid. Okay. So sorceries we have... Why the fuck are we being symmetric right now? Oh yeah, let me turn on tags. Guns that turn your creatures into rats. So attrition. Okay, so this is 1 mana. We have to wait between end steps, but we can essentially like permanently refuel our bullets. Bitter Triumph, Deadly Rollick, Force of Despair. That's funny. Infernal Grasp. Bowmasters, Pongify, Hybridization, Snuff Out, 'Tis But a Scratch, Withering, Torment. I'm beginning to understand the problem. I give you things that may or may not become rats. Beautiful. Oh, Tombstone Stairwell is honestly fucked up and hateful. So if you don't know this one yet, every upkeep, you make a 2/2 zombie, and then at the end of turn, you get rid of all the zombies. So if they have anything in their graveyard, this is just permanent rat engine. Also, Phelan, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer, my friend. I pushed for the link to fill out the worksheet for my deck roast, then proceeded to completely forget about it for a week. Hope this puts me back in your good graces. You never left, but thank you for that generous contribution all the same. And DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. 1%er confirmed. I'm a double agent! And Walcurry, thank you for the 2 months in a row with that Prime sub. A second rat deck has indeed hit the tower. Okay, Tribute to Hirobi. I do really like what we're doing. I do really like what we're doing with forcing other board states onto other people. That seems very necessary. Mass rat conversion. Mango, as I scroll back and forth a few times, I'd like you to be doing a slow zoom. Oh wait, they get +1/+1. Never mind. Okay, we're fine. I was like, there's no way we C4'd our own dick, but we didn't. We're okay. This is great then. Yeah, so this with these 7 cards, phenomenal. Very good one-sided board wipe. Toxic day, good black board wipe. Yehenny's expertise, really good with the board states that you're giving out. Mr. Rat, get down. All right. Rat, sure. Rat protection, rat kit. Okay, so we have a lot of counter spells. We have kill if you touch me. I'm a little fraidy cat. Sorry, I'm a little fraidy rat. The rat gun has burst fire. Okay, so we have some edicts that can do multiple things. Then we have Rhystic Study 1 ring, and then reloading the rat gun. Okay, so tentatively, this doesn't seem like the worst thing ever. You have creature control to prevent the green player from winning the game. You have counter spells to prevent the non-creature player from winning the game. You have ways to give out other creatures, and so if they try to just go on strike and be like, well, I'm not going to feed the rat engine, you can force feed them. That is a good covering of your initial bases. I think the thing that worries me is running out of gas when we're so focused on doing these like 1-for-1s over and over. I don't think it's to the degree of making the deck non-functional, but this does smell a little bit to me like the action movie where the hero is firing from a handgun over and over, and then it just starts clicking. I think if you find Rhystic Study or if you find the One Ring, that problem probably gets solved for you. But I would love to see things that at least killed multiple things at once and weren't board wipes. I'm just talking about like we could do Finale of Eternity. That one's less good because we don't care as much about the final thing. There's one, I'm not getting the templating right. I mean, you don't get the slugs from Toxrill, but I don't think you need the slugs to be happy about Toxrill. Like, one thing that we are missing a ton of is we have nothing. When we get to the late game and other people are windmill slamming 9 mana spells, all we have to compete with it is Azure Beastbinder. I have a deck that's kind of like, it's built to be lower power, and you do have a little bit of inevitability built in with the Rat Banner, but you do get to a point where everybody... they're just dead before they're casting 9 mana spells. I mean, okay, yeah, if they suck, let's bully them. But I do think we are distinctly lacking bombs, and that just becomes like matter of time until your play group gets wise. And so if the play group ever does get wise, or it just relies on you like always finding Rhystic Study, But let me see how quickly you're killing everybody. So we have 2 lands that don't cast Vren. We have Genesis Chamber, and we have Ledger Shredder, which is pretty good. We also have Polywog Prodigy. I'm going to keep this just on the basis of all the fucked up card draw engines we have. So I'm going to pay 3 to do Polywog Prodigy. Or probably Ledger Shredder, actually. I mean, I have nothing to evolve this with right now is the thing. So this probably doesn't trigger very much on turn 2. I'll say 1 guy triggers Ledger Shredder. I'll draw and I'll dump Flare of Malice. And then I'll go Summoner's Rift Polywog. I'll say I get 1 trigger again. I'll get rid of the Force right now. Listen, Eris, we're taking some liberties. So we do Dark Slick Shores, which enters tapped. Turn 5 we play Vren. And this is the deck that people can't cast 9 mana spells against? Okay, so this hand I think is broadly unkeep. Well, we can actually maybe make this work just because of Sol Ring, Felwar Stone. So we have 1 land, we have Sol Ring, Felwar Stone, and we have Tombstone Stairwell. And we have Bowmasters now. So we do ba ba ba. I will be extremely generous and say that one of your opponents plays something that taps for all the colors we need. Dump Vren. We have 1 colorless, so we can't interact at all. We play this. So we could Kindred Discovery, we could stop people from swinging at us, we could Tombstone Stairwell, but this has cumulative upkeep, we don't have mill, and I doubt graveyards are very full turn 3. The best thing we can do is likely we either put No Mercy into play if we somehow feel incredibly threatened on turn 3, or we can put the Bowmasters into play on someone's, like, we'll say somebody has like a 1/1 or a 2/2. We flash this in when they cast a card draw something, and I will be extremely generous and say you kill 2 things. So we get a 2/2 Orc Army, and we get 2 of these rats. Like we play this, we shoot a Llanowar Elf, and we shoot an Esper Sentinel because somebody else tried to draw an extra card. Next turn. Hi, baby. Oh, thank you. Now we can Yahenni's Expertise, which we don't want to do because our rats are not above the breakpoint to be murderable. We slam Kindred Discovery. We can do this a little bit more. No, we only have 3 rats, so this is just mana neutral right now. Kindred Discovery. Swing 2, 3/3. I'll just say we can swing out, draw 3. We have 1 mana open to like Swan Song a combo player. And we give them a bird for the pleasure. Okay, now my rats are uncounterable. We have 5 mana. Like, my brother, people are dead before they can cast 9 mana spells. My brother in Christ, you're about to be able to cast a 9 mana spell. We've threatened, I think, 11 damage. You could have triumphed in the next step to create 3 more rats. What is triumphed? We didn't have lands open to do that because we used the mana for Kindred. Okay, yeah. Oh, right, land drop for turn on that. Okay, so we get 3 more rats. This is gone. Okay, so these are all 6/6s. Okay, that's much better. Now we can Yahenni's expertise. And now, or like, we can swing our rats, draw. And now we get it, because we have Kindred Discovery, we have Fierce Guardianship, everything's fine. So as anticipated, deck kind of revolves around, do we have a way to like turbo fill our hand? And more specifically, like the edicts just seem so much more valuable than any of these one-offs do. I do understand that they're mana efficient, but in the context of how the deck wants to operate, this seems like a success of propaganda rather than a success of deck building. To make like multiple 1-for-1s work. Because 2 mana kill 3, I don't even care what they are. I want my 3 fucking rats. Hell yes. 2 mana kill 1. I believe in less when we need rat critical mass and we need it pronto. This hand presumably wins the game because we Demonic Tutor for Rhystic Study on turn 2. Like, this is, okay, game over. I tutor this. Fucking got them. I like that. I like the violence. We're much better at creating violence. I do question... I'm unsure about Blasphemous Edict because it hits us as well. I realize we want a little bit of like... We want a little bit of like an oh shit switch in case things aren't going our way, but I feel like there's a ton of times we just don't want to do this because we're not going to have 13, like we're not going to have enough to feel. If we could keep Vren up, this would be amazing. When we have 14 creatures, this is the best card in the history of Magic because everyone sacks their whole board. We make 39 rats that make all the rules and kill you. I mean, you just recast him because it cost 1 mana is like... That's like, yeah, but also I don't care about you doing this because I just cast Demonic Consultation and I have Thassa's Oracle in hand. Because at that point, if it costs 1 and we're recasting Vren, that means this costs 7 mana... Which is not... So you are saying if Vren hasn't been removed For casting 2 spells, I can get the same outcome as just casting Kindred Dominance and not losing Vren in the first place. Like, this isn't... Because this isn't instant, so it doesn't have the advantage of instant speed. I guess if you are meta, from a meta standpoint, if you're playing into a lot of people that use indestructible creatures, I'm with you there. But the synergy that we're laying out here is, what if this was Kindred Dominance, but also it hurt me a little bit? Because it's same mana. If we've never recast Vren, Vren go bye-bye, we cast Vren for 6, we've paid 7 mana to achieve this. And then we end up with the same end state as if we had just cast Kindred Dominance. Or sorry, a worse end state than if we had cast Kindred Dominance. Unless you have, if you have Indestructible Justin on in your pod, I sign off on this. If you have to deal with, okay, I'm playing against Selesnya Sam, who has an invincible board state of 1/1s that I can only interact with via edict effects, then this being Kindred Dominance at home makes sense to me. I mean, Blasphemous Edict is only more flexible because it's worse. Like, Blasphemous Edict is more flexible in the sense that it can be bad for you, whereas this can only be good for you. Make an example would both be funny and good. Yeah, let's see if this can be generalized. Could be good. It depends on how wide opponent boards are getting, though. We've not made a Gamer Subs command yet. Most of what I'm feeling from this deck is just, I am overwhelmingly jealous that you get to play into a table that cares this little about stopping you. God, Ward 2 being hexproof is such a fucking trip, huh? Yeah, I think a lot of this does say more about the pod than it does about anything else, because if you are the only person who has a gun, this is quite possibly the best deck in the history of the world. And how is, to Airlaz's pod, how is this the second Dimir deck that haven't made any of you guys go, huh, maybe we shouldn't let them get set up? Do none of you have access to Stroke of Midnight? Because we're not even, like, the Nashi deck we've seen previously from Airlaz, that shit was like, light speed, I'm killing you. This is turn 4 setup piece, turn 5 setup piece, turn 6 I begin. Like, this is tutorial boss level of rat danger. Like, I guess, I mean, we would have had this in play well before we played Vren the Relentless. And then turn 5, our rat is protected. I don't even want to sacrifice a creature, man. Like, we can blow up something that's good at some point off of our turn, and we get 1 rat, and also this thing ticks up. We have don't swing it, like, we have a Blasphemous Edict that we want to play under no circumstances do we want to play this. We can't play this because we're not on land drops. To be fair, I was running like $200 Talrand into this deck. I mean, that change. I don't know what this deck spent $4,000 on. It was not good cards, other than Rhystic Study One Ring. $200 Talrand into Rhystic Study One Ring is crazy work, but this, like, it does feel... This deck does feel kind of peak game changery in the sense of the experience of this deck is dedicated to, have I drawn a card from Kindred Discovery, Mystic Remora, Rhystic Study, or the One Ring? There is some wiggle room on like how good Ledger Shredder is and how good Polywog Prodigy is, but I definitely believe if this deck always has 7 to 10 cards in hand, it will win every game of Magic it sits down for. And it seems like Stall Nation in all of our other situations. Like this hand, it has the mana, but I can't imagine we keep it with how... I mean, maybe we can... Let me put my brain into the mindset of playing into the experience of this pod. So I play land Soul Ring. Next turn, I play my commander on turn 2. Nobody removes it because nobody at this table has even heard of Swords to Plowshares. I play this. I swing this. It's turn 3. Terrence hasn't played a blocker yet. They play Karuga Companion, and I got to go first. I flash in Enduring Curiosity. I draw a card. I play this. Vren still does not get removed because Ward 2 is hexproof. I swing at somebody. Now, turn 4. Even Terrence, the Karuga Companion player, has played a blocker. I dump life to dismember their blocker. I draw another card from Enduring Curiosity, and I put a rat. And Blasphemous Edict that we would never in our entire fucking life want to cast taunts me again from the goddamn ramparts. I will play the Hunted Bone Brute. I give somebody 2 1/1s. Nobody removes my commander, because if they had to pay 4 mana for a removal spell, they would not be able to tap out to cast Cultivate. It was only opponents, right? Okay. So we can kill our cat, bring it back as a enchantment. I will now surveil for turn. There's the spite, though. That's good. That's healthy spite. I like that. That $200 Talrand deck, fuck whatever its non-basic land is. I don't think we need it. I will swing. Swing, swing, swing. They don't block because apparently that's the fucking vibes. I will draw 3 cards. I will play Braids. I will sacrifice my Hunted Bone Brute. And I will make 3 rats. Because everybody else will sacrifice their creatures. It's Mystic Sanctuary. That's the worst land in the world you could explode. It does its thing when it enters. At the point you have wastelanded a Mystic Sanctuary, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking vomit. So now we have 5/5s. I commit a one-sided board wipe. I swing 30 damage. Or not 30 damage, but I swing 20 damage. The 200 tolerance stuff is propaganda, and they chose to play Talrand into this. Good. Don't let him off the hook, Airlaz. I draw 4 cards. I edict. I win. Laz, this isn't even for you. Oh, this is non-token. No, this one doesn't matter. There's one that can fucking boof tokens, but I don't remember what it is. But to Laz's playgroup, this is spiteful. They deserve it. If I was trapped in a fucking room with you guys, I would do the exact same shit to you. I would do the exact same shit to you instantly. Air Laz is your tutorial boss. He was sent from hell to make you better Magic players, and I need you all to listen. I need you all to fucking listen. Because, like, it does work. It is for sure a functional deck. I do think it is, like... I think until one of these draw 5 cards come out, it's pretty bad. And I think as soon as one of these I get to draw... It turns out picking up half of your deck in Magic the Gathering is a tremendously effective thing. And so I think it would be a more responsible deck if there were more tutors for this hand refill, because no matter what you tell me, like, I'm sure you floss, bro, I do not believe in this deck without Rhystic Study, One Ring, Remora, Discovery, or Curiosity on the table. Like, you have 10, which is enough that I'm relatively confident you're going to see one a game, which is why the deck is broadly functional. But it is skating hard on the fact... Air Laz's playgroup, how many times have you guys removed any of these? Not even how many times has Ren been removed. How many times have you had the crazy thought, what if we exiled Enduring Curiosity? Your Honor, I invoke the 5th. Thank you, Valkyrie. We could do reconnaissance mission, but I don't super believe in it. I believe the least in draw card when do damage. At the point when you have enough rats that drawing card does significant, like even that playtest we did where Enduring Curiosity held it together, we made the assumption that nobody could shoot Vren and nobody could block for like multiple turns. At the time when draw on damage matters, we probably have enough rats that the card draw has already happened. So like Kindred Discovery is better because they don't need to connect. Rhystic Study is better because it's motherfucking Rhystic Study. Polywog Prodigy just fucking wogs on them. I think things like Ponder would broadly be better if it was like Lorien revealed. Like, this is just a very solid card where if you have a lot of mana and nothing to do, it'll do something for you. And I feel like you're casting I feel like the reason you would cast Ponder based on the goldfishes we saw is because your opening hand had an awkward path to Vren. Something that you can use a lot of mana on later or can just get you a good land at the beginning of the game is more solid than a cantrip. I think he cast Ponder because that version of Ponder is $10 fucking. Okay, yeah. If you're just dripping on them with Ponder, honestly, good grime. Fuck these people. Deck used to be all edicts, but I added more single target removal because of complaints from the playgroup. Laz, I swear to God, we have to put your playgroup under observation. The people, like, CERN needs to get a hold on your fucking playgroup. We have... This is the most terrifying deck we've seen today, and it's scary because motherfuckers can't manage playing against one reasonable mana curve. Openly horrifying because Air Laz is able to cast a spell every turn. So far, we've only seen 2 others that were like... Like, the Leonardo deck was very not functional at getting to lethal because it lacked the built-in inevitability of Vren. And the first deck was just like... The first deck was just a lot of cards they thought was cool. Like, what this deck understands is... I need to get to the break point of my rats being good enough to beat people to death, and how do I get to the point where my rats are just good enough to kill everybody? And it is like, this deck was designed to eat the Urza deck we saw alive. Like, I feel like this pod must be all like Urza decks that we saw earlier in the day, where they go like, oh, this deck is so fucking scary. You have no idea how many big dudes I can make, bro. And they're like, synergy piece passing for 5 turns. Nobody tell this pod about Yoshimaru, dude. Holy fuck. Yoshimaru would be an extinction level event into this pod. Like, hit him with fucking Yoshimaru and who's that one companion? Yoshimaru and Luris companion. Shit's done. I do wonder if, like... Oh, thank you, baby. One sec. Nail Knight, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I do wonder if something like Disciple of Bolas you would find useful. This might be too win more though. But I would put that in your craw to consider, because I think this could be useful for card draw, but it may just well be that, like, fuck it, God chooses you every game. But I'm tremendously worried about the world you live in once anybody removes Kindred Discovery. Like, holy shit, as soon as anybody discovers enchantment removal, you are so fucking cooked. 30 D-Man, thank you for the 35 bits. Scary deck for a pod who has to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who is booking the reservation over the phone. I mean, this is just like peak, it's show and tell magic, which happens a lot, or like Army Man magic, where you spend a lot of turns building up a threatening board state, and then you smash action figures together. They said they had an angel player in the pod, and that is basically like always angel decks. So I feel like in a in a pod where this deck had to lock in, I would recommend you Disciple of Bolas on the basis that it's another way to convert some of these rat tokens into hand refill. In the pod that you do exist in, fuck it. You probably got it. So I will take off the wrongly, even more than like tuned generally. Airlaz just inhabits the fucking amygdala of the people he's playing against. Normally I'm playing against Muldrotha combo, Marchesa, Fog, Kindred, and some poor random at the LGS. Yeah, I mean, Muldrotha is peak, like, I'm gonna skip 5 turns and then win the game. So this deck is definitely built to victimize that. Saying my deck is Marchesa Fog seems like that person just has a humiliation fetish. And then I kind of feel bad for the random, but not if you say high power. Like, you... Yeah, no. Marchesa Fog is just you like getting stepped on, but you want to pretend like you don't. That's a... Those 2 words give me whiplash with respect to thinking about winning a game of Commander. I mean, what I respect the hell out of the deck for is... Or what is pissing me off deeply is as soon as you say, yeah, I'm playing with Rhystic Study and the One Ring... Like, the other decks that are playing in... Because this is technically bracket 4. It's bring as many game changers as you want. Holy fuck, does anybody that loses to this deserve to? Not because it's built badly, but it's built in a relentless, very specific way that should be interactable by anybody who can feed themselves. Or by most people. Like, it's built to eat combo players alive, I think. But it has a very specific board state it needs to build. Like, holy shit, if somebody like, God forbid somebody else plays a turn 3 or turn 4 Blasphemous Edict. Like, I just want to fucking... Alright, I'm gonna crack Polluted Delta to fetch Forbidden Orchard. Play Soul Ring. I play Vren. Somebody else plays an Edict effect. What the fuck am I sacking here? Draw 2? Okay. Start making rats? Hell is just this deck playing a mirror match. That's not even Hell. That's Purgatory. Purgatory is Airlaz having to play in a pod of Airlazes, and none of them ever have board states, but all of them are fucking keyed up to drop 38 rats on the table at any given moment. I guess now we can sack a land and draw 3. I mean, actually, we probably don't want to do that because we got to get to Vren. Replay Vren, it's turn 5. Now we can Edict. Everyone has rats to sacrifice. This is like turn 6 in bracket. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, this is absolutely Toon Spiteful. You're a comic book villain. You're a comic book villain, and I eagerly await the day you come up against a protagonist who can read. Yeah, disgruntled, but it's bracket 4. Like, it would not be untoward for somebody to rip a Thoracle Consult into this deck. They are bringing Hunted Phantasm into 2-card combo territory. It would not be ridiculous for a Kinnan player to go infinite on turn 3 or even turn 2 with this deck, against this deck. And he's just like, nah, man, I'm the rats. I'm like the rat from Ratatouille, but I had a bad childhood. What's up? Fucking brilliant. All right, we have to hit another ad break. Then it's time for Agu and Slath. This is the child-sized rat. All right. Oh shit, Knightsy got dibs on the chair. That's crazy. That sucks. Okay. Next, we have Mame's deck, which is also scary. The deck in one word is grindy, and now the rule for today is going to be, what the fuck are you doing about Air Laz's deck? That will be our bar. This is intended to be a high-power, scary deck that focuses on making full use of all of Sauron's effects. Mistake 1 is I have messed with other builds, and I feel like they only focus on either the Orc army or the hand refill and treat the other as an incidental bonus. Bro opened the primer with, I tried building good decks, and I'm tired of it. The primary game plan is to resource grind my opponents, especially by me gaining benefits off of them taking game actions, whether that's me drawing cards off them doing things, me repeatedly making an Orc army that I can sack for value, me refilling my hand through ring temps, etc. My main concern is if I have enough pieces right now to take advantage of the amass Orcs triggers, and if not, what to cut in order to fit more pieces in. We are fully proxy pilled, so cost is not a concern. Okay, so this is a good card, first of all. Trying to commit equally to both of his triggers is very, that's very Commander brainwormy. It's very much like trying to work your job at Wendy's and your job at Sears at the same time, which is a mistake. But we'll see how you did it right now. $1,800, 40 lands, which I do like for a very expensive commander. Rise of the Dark Realms, just a good card. Assemble my forces. So we have Sphinx, Shredder, Remora, Study, One Ring. So we have we have 3 absolutely fucking incredible game-long engines, 1 ephemeral engine, and then 2 pretty solid ones. That's a okay number if we can draw or tutor to them. Break through the gates. So we can make our Orc army unblockable. Cool, thematic. Shadow Spear to give them trample. Make unblockable to 1 person. Pretend nothing bad will ever happen to us. Very real. Interaction. I would like this if it was not if we had not shoved all of our removal and our counter magic into the same section. 13 is not nothing. That's probably enough that you can respond to something. This is mostly the usual suspects, though. My army is a tool. What? I will forgive this if I see some other outlet for this. I'm gonna urge myself to understand, is this whenever an opponent casts a spell, instead of getting a 1/1 orc, instead of getting a 1/1 counter on an orc, I will simply instantly sack it to get a 1/1 counter on a zombie who can't block. What if I traded my army for 1 guy who couldn't defend me? Do we have a lot of death triggers? If we have a shitload of death triggers, then yeah, maybe. What if instead, big guy, me deal 1 damage, 1 guy? Soul Trader's not bad. Soul Trader is I can convert every spell my opponents cast into a treasure token. Making Yahenni unblockable isn't the worst. Okay. So let me listen, and my concern is that you're trying to benefit off sacking the orcs. Like sometimes there's just not enough good stuff for a given archetype, and you have some things that are very good. Yawgmoth, great way to benefit off the orc triggers. This turns every orc into a -1/-1 counter in a card. Hot as shit. Warren Soul Trader. Every orc is now a treasure. Downright good. What if I turned my +1/+1 counter into a +1/+1 counter on a slightly different dude? What if for every 2 guys I killed, I could make 1 guy? So you are, what you're trying to do is you're trying to balance the arithmetic of it and not the actual power of it. Like we could make a deck where you got equivalent power benefits from sacking as you did from drawing cards, as you did from ring tempting, but it would not be mathematically balanced in terms of how many cards you had dedicated to each thing, because what we'd want to do is we only take the best of every benefit. And you probably end up with only a small handful of the orc army triggers, because there's just a few that are really good, and the rest are just you going, hold on, are the chicken nuggets showing up? This is your deck right now. Hold on. Ha! Jeremy, we meet again. It appears you've cast a spell, triggering my 6-mana commander, allowing me to put a +1/+1 counter on this 0/0 orc army. But wait! Because I have a synergy piece in play, I can sacrifice it, allowing me to put a +1/+1 counter on the carrion feeder. Value. And then you die. Now we can argue about like Yahenni, because that creature can become indestructible. We can argue about the value of having a potentially indestructible blocker that we can always like snap protect by sacrificing an orc army. That is decent board wipe insurance. But like spawning pit, carrion feeder specifically, those two are just, I move the chicken nugget from one side of the plate to the other side of the plate, and I don't actually achieve anything. So I would cut the 2 of those straight away. Goblin Bombardment, I would consider this anti-storm tech. If you don't have to stop a storm player, I would not recommend utilizing this, because you're probably, like, it would probably be better just to have the orc army and give the motherfucker trample. Now Phyrexian Altar, maybe. I like Soul Trader much better because we can hold on to the mana. But like the altar can at least convert into interaction mana if we have interaction in hand. But that is a like firm. All right, wearing down my enemies. Okay, so we have an ETB payoff for the orcs, which is probably why we've deluded ourselves into thinking we need so many sacrifice triggers, because this only helps us if we're getting a new orc army every time. Douthie, straight up good card. Dictate, Grave Pact. Okay. So we have an aristocrats package that is convincing us that we have to be sacrificing the orcs as often as possible. I think this is where trying to dip evenly into every part of his text box is going to hurt you very badly. Because if we want this to function well, we need it to be more robust. This is kind of, I don't know if you were here, but we looked at a deck that was an Aragorn deck that had every background in it. Or actually not everyone, but they had 15 fucking backgrounds in the deck, and they tried to build a shell that could equally support 15 different backgrounds, and it was a all over the place mess. This is not as bad as that, but it's suffering from the same flavor of problem where there is a very specific thing that you need to happen for this. We need Sauron in play, and we need these orcs to go into a wood chipper every time they come out, and we only have 17 cards in the deck that will make that happen. Like, truly, our deck is 17 cards. 5 of them are some of the worst goddamn Magic cards I've ever seen. Now, I still think things like... So I think this is another situation where we probably want to keep the best ones, and we probably want to keep big movers over pingers. Pingers are great when we are doubling down hard on the thing that pings. So if you want to keep things that hit for 1, we have to double down, triple down, however many times you want to do it down on whatever thing is making them trigger. And right now, we're only partially committed. Like, we're partially committed to every part of the deck. We're spending 9 fucking slots on Nazgul, man. We don't have the facilities for a Yara. And like, this will trigger even outside of the orcs, because the Nazgul will trigger it. Sure, we have 24 total creatures in the deck. Probably many of these are black. So we can look at like Mirkwood Bats or Zulaport Cutthroat instead. Or even like Meathook Massacre. This one's pulling double duty as a board wipe as well. But like, Grave Pact is probably going to be good for you no matter what, because it turns something that would be asymmetrically bad for you into something that is symmetric for the table. And you want the game to go long. You're not comboing out. You want to stop the Vren player from getting their job done. And so if we want to be in the aristocrats shell, then I think that the like, you do have to pick a thing and treat the other text box as an incidental benefit. Play 1 Edict and Sauron's in Shambles. I mean, that's actually like canonically not true, right? Or tautologically. Because if they play Sauron, you play an Edict, they amass orcs 1, they sacrifice the orc. Okay, so now we're on, I play 1 specific Edict, and they've played none of the other 24 creatures in the deck. I will abide many things there, Laz. I will not abide the endless, like, what-ifery of, well, if I draw this 1 specific card in my deck, then your deck is fucking cooked, bro. Like, I do think the deck is fragile and weak. There are way better ways to point that out. Ben Wheeler, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. We are currently pooping on a Grixis Sauron deck. I appreciate you so much, my friend. Thank you. If you don't already know who Benjamin Wheeler is, please, please, please go check them out. Let me hit this quick shout out, and then we will continue to it. But anyway, there are way more effective ways to prove how fragile this deck is than just going like, well, what about X card that kills your commander? When the important thing that we need to point out is we currently have our feet evenly on 2 different continents. Like, there is an entire world of Grixis benefit from drawing cards. For Ben's stream, the context of this deck is it's meant to be a high power deck, but they want to benefit evenly from all parts of Sauron. They want to benefit evenly from the orc amassing, from the ring tempting, and from the drawing 4. And I am trying to convince them why that is the worst idea ever. So, not necessarily in Grixis, but in the world of Lord of the Rings decks, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can benefit from with ring tempting. In the world of Grixis, there's a whole world of stuff that we can benefit from with wheeling, whether we're doing reanimate. Benjamin wheeling. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm a pun guy. I see when I go for it. That's my fault. I'm sorry I exposed you all of that. In the world of Grixis reanimation, or even Grixis combo, there is a world of shit we can do with wheels. In the world of aristocrats, or Grixis aristocrats, there's so much stuff we can do with making a body every time one of our opponents casts a spell. And in trying to do all of these things at once, we just become bad at all of them. And when I say that, I worry that some of you will take up Agu's torch and you will be like, oh, Mald's jingling the keys at us. This is a challenge. It's not a challenge. It is a tautology. Let me Google that word to make sure I'm not fucking it up. Okay, a statement that is true by necessity or by virtue of its logical form. I think that is close enough. It is a tautology in the sense that 99 card singleton decks are exposed to so much variance that if you want to bring enough stuff in the package to make any of it work, you will never have room to dip equally into another thing. I want you to think of it like if you've ever played Draft, it's like splashing a color versus trying to evenly go half red, half blue. And I think typically you do try to, if you're going into multiple colors, you're trying to splash rather than just go like, okay, 25% of my permanents have blue pips, 25 have green, 25 have red, 25 have black. It's like I'm mostly doing this one thing, and then I'm doing a little bit of these other things. Your decks don't function well if you try to have 3 even-handed themes. All that happens is like, oh, I'm gonna cook and work out and film a TikTok video at the same time. You end up with a bad video, small muscles, and shitty dinner. Don't do it. There's no point. Just make the good dinner. And the good dinner can be like the solid aristocrats deck. And then have a workout. And the workout can be the amass deck. And then make your TikTok, and the TikTok can be the combo deck, which actually works better than I thought it would at the beginning of this metaphor. But much like 2 decks in a trench coat, you're on 3 decks in a trench coat that could all function well, and you have some things that can go in every version of the deck. I'm begging you to have 40 lands in every version of the deck. I'm begging you to have Rhystic Study, One Ring, etc. in every high power version of this list. But these 9, except for Sheoldred and Douthie, we have a lot of like only care about orc thing. We have another like only care about orc thing. Then we have only care about tempt thing. And what we don't have room for, we have nothing that cares about card draw. We have like none of the... We have a thing that says anytime the ring tempts you, draw 4. And we're not turning Ominous Seas into the combo piece it's always deserved to be. Get the fuck out of here. Consecrated Sphinx doesn't care about us drawing cards. It just helps us draw cards. I'm talking about things that like benefit from us picking up a solid portion of our deck. And then we don't have anything that cares about us dumping our hand, which we could have. I mean, there is an almost endless number of good Grixis reanimation targets. Like, you could even do, like, Sauron goes beyond, what's the name of this fucking place? You guys just Middle Earth. Sauron ranges beyond Middle Earth to raise his army. And then you do Valgavoth-esque shit based off the wheel trigger. This deck's a victim of doom scrolling. It's trying to do everything all of the time, and I think it's going to fail at adequately achieving any one of those things. So let us do a little, not side by side, but direct comparison to what this deck is doing versus what the Vren deck was doing. I'm going to crack this Scalding Tarn for a swamp, and I'll play Shadow Spear. I will Talisman of Indulgence. I will Douthie to begin picking up cards. I'm on 5 mana now. I'll play Mirkwood Bats. I'll play Steam Vents. Sauron. We're slightly ahead of curve. Depending on the removal spells, we're in quite a lot of trouble. We notably have not been able to interact with anybody yet. If anybody else has played a problematic permanent, we don't give a fuck about that. We're doing Sauron shit, baby. If somebody counters Sauron, tries to remove Sauron, and God forbid they can pay the ward cost, that's crazy. Why are you mean? Ooh. And then we're fucked. But now, I will say minimum, we're getting 1 Sauron trigger per opponent turn. So we have a 3/3 Orc army by our next turn. We play this. I am going to cycle this land because I don't think it does anything for us. And now we're feeling the same kind of hurt that Air Laz's deck felt, but God doesn't love us as much as they love them, which is all of your card draw is concentrated into 5 or 6 incredibly efficient outlets. And we don't have a lot of ways to fix a bad hand outside of drawing some of the literal best card draw in the game. Also, Mr. Ninja, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 2nd month in a row. Yeah, we are working with Small Bean Sauron. So we can hold up a counterspell now, or we can just dump Reaver Cleaver. We're not threatening meaningful damage. We are threatening a non-creature counterspell. We will get at least 3 more army triggers. We can drop Witch King of Anmar to dissuade people from swinging at us. But if it's a bunch of 8/8 rats, I think we just die. Still no way to draw cards, but we can... Hey, look at that. We can equip the Orc army with the Reaver Cleaver. And fuck it, the Shadow Spear too. And we beat treasures out of people like we're a Mario brother. That's cool, right? I'll even say they don't block. And the only upside of that action is that we can potentially board wipe ourselves. Are you scared yet, Agu? I'm a little scared. So we go again, and now we get the good shit. Now, we can sack this Orc army because fuck it, we don't care about them, and we get to draw a card. And then, every time somebody else plays a card, boom, boom, we sack. We draw more. We're disrupting other people's boards. Next turn, we play Consecrated Sphinx. Now, we just do this. We do this, and everybody fucking dies, and it's fucking beautiful. Like, we win by playing, you know, you don't have a dedicated I win button in the deck, but you just drop 18 Nazgul and tell everybody to go fuck themselves. Versus, like, So the big takeaway to impress upon you, Yawgmoth and Mirkwood Bats, both 4 mana, both synergy pieces for your aristocrat synergy. Yawgmoth goes crazy. Yawgmoth goes crazy if you are only sacrificing 5 to 10 orcs a game. Mirkwood Bats is effective, but is not as effective as we need for a bracket 4 game. If you want to go mid-power, both of these can coexist. In a high-power game, you need your hand to be fueled, and you need disruption more than you need little tiny pinger guy. If we could have played Yawgmoth instead of Mirkwood Bats, this playtest would have looked fucking ferocious. And if we could have skipped playing Witch King of Angmar, this would have looked ferocious. If this guy was Vampiric Tutor, and we put Rhystic Study on top of our deck, which I have to close and shuffle because I have to draw for turn, and then we would tutor Rhystic to the top. Right, we can do any of these. We'll play the... Oh wait, we would have had to play, like... Yeah, Morphic Pool first. Confluence, we play another Aristocrat that isn't going to matter at the throughput we're getting of Orc tokens. Rhystic Study. Draw 3. Oh golly, oh gosh. We crank out a Soul Ring. We crank out a Nazgul. Or actually, we'd probably wait until we got our commander out. So we crank out another Mana Rock. Draw more cards. Now it's turn 5. We have 1 ring. We have Sauron. We have 2 Nazgul. Like from here, we are ready to start setting things off. It's still a relatively slow game plan. I'm not going to tell you what Erlaz's rat deck would have done to you, but I think you can imagine it. What does this card even do? Win die, put corpse counter, make it 2/2. So this is another move chicken nuggets around the plate. I think this one at least has some upside because you make as many 2/2s as 1/1s you gave up, which is good. This deck is so mana hungry that I think if you have 3 or 4 mana rocks, they should be like Relic of Sauron. If you're gonna play like a big honking mana rock, the synergy should be that you have a lot of mana to tap after it. Yeah, this guy fucking sucks. Who's gonna hit you? You have a giant army. And I think especially when you're proxy pilled, Screwdriver would be okay, especially if we were doing these other like very costly mana rocks. But I think the okayness of this depends a lot on which direction you take the final deck. If you are proxy pilled, I think you have 3 decks all struggling to exist in the same space as one functional deck. In the army temp deck, this would be cool for unblockability. It has been successfully impressed upon me that we must cut the aristocrats to not die to Remy and his cousins. Right, or you go all in on aristocrats and you are like Grixis combo package and your win con is an aristocrats loop. As much as I hate it, it would not be thematically or power level inappropriate for you to do like Gravecrawler, Ayara, Phyrexian Altar loop. That would not be, which you don't even need Sauron for, but would, like, the package you built around it would be reasonable for Sauron, and it would be a strong combo that is appropriate for this level of play. Versus right now, you're trying to do, the transition for spooky to scary. I have framed the transition from casual to CEDH as going from pickup basketball to Naruto, and rather than try to start moving towards Naruto, what you are doing is just battle cruiser with steroids. Whereas what is broadly appropriate for the level of play that some of these cards are suggesting is I have Gravecrawler, Carrion Feeder, an Altar, you know, like a 4-card Infinite Drain combo, not unreasonable here. And if you don't want to play that strong, powering down also isn't unreasonable. But you're at the level where if you're on Aristocrats, do Aristocrat hard and good. Or drop Aristocrat and then you can fight Remy and his cousins. But the Aristocrats players got to be about their combo business. What's up, Reven? Okay. You're just up here in greedy chaotic, Agu. I mean, you dreamed a good dream. If Commander could be 200 card decks, I would say maybe this could exist and maybe we could even make it playable. But we just don't have the room to do everything like this. You gotta put on the fucking Wendy's hat and you gotta put the fucking fries in the bag. And it's up to you to decide which fries those are right now. So we're gonna hit one more ad break, and then we have Slathbog's deck, who will be playing in this same pod, and we will see if she can defeat the rat allegations. I've washed bad Grixis off of me. I've reset it. So let's... Is the ad over? The ad's over. Let's consider now... How is this camera fucked up again? Did my posture change? My posture must have changed. That's fine. So let's look at Agumame's deck, which is on Architect. So your deck sucks, roast over, I'm banning you. Hold on.
Where's Twitch chat? This is Slathbog's deck. No, Slathbog has fucking numbers on their name. You little fucking cheater. Come here. I'll find you. You talked. You talked in this chat at one point. Oh, you emailed me a Moxfield list. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine if I had an email account that I could access. What a world we would live in if I could read my own emails. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. There we go. All right, we have the Moxfield list. This roast was purchased for my girlfriend for her birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays for Slathbog, and then we will call them mean names? Roasting her favorite deck that bullies my decks relentlessly. Intended as scary, where the theme is described as Simic privilege. Using Kinnan to immediately ramp into dropping 7 CMC creatures on everybody's turn, while making them all uncounterable since they're never being cast as spells. He's trying to find the right balance of how to be as greedy as possible while not just scooping. If everyone correctly assesses, we can never let Kinnan see the light of day. Proxying's embraced, but wants to avoid doing the usual infinite loops Kinnan is used for in CEDH. Okay, so we have a pretty clear... so that's a pretty clear assignment. I do applaud you for avoiding the boring Kinnan infinites, but since you are a Kinnan player, I assume that yesterday for tax day you just sent the IRS a note saying, make me losers. Importantly, we want to hit 7 mana. A reasonable amount of removal in Simic. God fucking damn it. Okay. Offshore accounts. We have Sphinx. We have Garooks. Honestly unnecessary. Sure, run high power. Sure. Finding loopholes in the tax code. Okay, we can float 1 million mana into cheating something out, or hopefully, honestly, finale, and we just give everything a bunch of steroids and then kill them. In case the IRS murders Kinnan. So we can put something from hand to field. I mean, the thing is, like, I struggle to believe the IRS could murder Kinnan enough times for this to matter. I struggle to believe even the Vren deck could murder Kinnan enough times for this to be relevant, because these are 6 mana to cheat one thing, 7 mana to cheat one thing. That is 3 Kinnan recasts. And Kinnan doesn't even matter till we have 7 mana. Well, no, it does. Because it makes 7 mana out of, like, fucking 2 mana. Bullshit, piece of shit, cheater card. Investment accounts. Here's all our ramp. This is, no. Stop that. We don't want the good cards from the Kinnan CEDH list, but we do want the bad cards from the Kinnan CEDH list. Do you know what happens if you Elvish Spirit Guide Slath? Because I know what happens. You play an island, you Elvish Spirit Guide to play a turn 1 Kinnan, and then they fill your skull with hammers, and then you're out a card and a Kinnan. There are maybe some situations where you can use this to, like, surprise people with Kinnan mana. 9 times out of 10, I think this is not worthwhile, and I think the thing I see immediately missing is we should have more things that tap for more than 1 mana. Not like that. Not like... Oh, we are greed maxing. Tezzeret the Seeker is crazy work, but okay. There's not a Selvala, but there probably should be. Because Selvala just turns 1 mana into 4 just with Kinnan on board. Then we have Goreclaw. Okay, Tramplies, sure. Tramplies, Flyies. Leyline Immersion is kind of fucked. She is the greediest player I've ever seen. I mean, she is greedy, but I think, like... So, Slath, what we're going to fix about you is not the greed, but we're going to put the greed into more diabolical places. You are... I mean, 27... Yeah, it's Kinnan. It's Kinnan, and they have 27 pieces. I regret to inform you, Agamame. 27 lands in Kinnan, objectively correct. Objectively correct, as long as we still have 27 pieces of fucking ramp right here. Because what we're being greedy for just doesn't... It's like It's like we're lying on our taxes or selling a cryptocurrency shill coin, but instead of buying an island in the Bahamas, we're door dashing all of our food from a fucking convenience store. Like, that's what this greed is. We are defrauding the federal government in order to DoorDash all of our food from a 7-Eleven, and we're using all of our ill-gotten gains to pay the goddamn delivery fees instead of buying like golden airplanes or any of the other shit that greedy people normally buy. It's like you're a white collar criminal and you're like, oh my god, I can buy $4 monsters from the corner store instead of buying them at Costco in a flat. So the place, I think, Freighter5, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So the place I think we need to be greedy is we want each individual card to do more. Much like Agumame, you've concentrated all of your card advantage into a couple engines that you think are crazy powerful. Emphasis on you think. Your commander gets around that a little bit because Kinnan is checking top 5 for you and putting stuff in. Now, the reason that CEDH players are going for infinite so often with him, other than because it's easy and they suck, each individual hit is not guaranteed to be good. If you spend 7 mana to flip into Ovia, you're not like crazy happy. Or if you spend 7 mana to, God forbid, flip into Elvish Spirit Guide. So what I'm getting around to is we do want to be pretty heavy on creatures. 35 is a decently high count, but we do want to be very heavy on creatures. And rather than a million 1-drop dorks, start investing in more of these like 2 to 4 drop dorks that tap for a lot more. This will pay for almost the entirety of a Kinnan activation by itself, and it is not so greedy that you're not going to be able you're going to be able to resolve this whether or not you're flipping it with Kinnan. But it feels way better as a Kinnan flip than another like Findhorn Elves. Because another thing to keep in mind, turn 2 Kinnan is the worst thing you could ever do in this deck. Even turn 3 Kinnan, because you're not going for the infinite. If you were going for the Basalt Monolith Infinite or any of the like Grim Monolith, any of the Monolith shit, we'd be like, yeah, fucking get Kinnan out. Start cheating on those tax forms. You know, drool all over the table. Nobody can stop you. But because we're doing like fair-ish Kinnan, it is actively bad to play Kinnan until it can convert into a 7-mana flip. At least on the next turn. Or until we can play Kinnan and then use our dorks to hold up protection magic. Which means it becomes much more valuable to have things like Gwenna, which will tap for 4 mana. Or to have things like Fanatic of Ronos, which will pay off for us later in the game. Cut this shit right now, FR. cut this shit right now, FR. Like, you are being greedy about playing Kinnan. You're not being greedy enough about using Kinnan. And even when we use Kinnan, like, we can do this stuff for sure. I don't think we need it's not the worst. But this is really just a situation where all of your things are meant to go from 1 mana to 2 versus going from 2 mana to 4 or 3 mana to 6, which is a much bigger and more meaningful jump in the context of paying for a ton of like 8 mana motherfuckers. The tax firm of Tickler and Tickler LLC. Oh, it don't double. Oh, it adds 1 mana. Oh, yeah. I mean, same diff. We still want to have more aggressive cheatery anyway. 3 to 4, even if we go the inverse where we're giving up on the efficiency of it, we still want things that are floating big mana over trying to spend all of our spells into... I mean, yes. I understand now. Does not strictly double. Still better for you to have things like Llanowar Tribe when we're not going for the infinite. Because this still gets us into a situation where we're going to vomit everything in our hand tremendously quickly, and we are overemphasizing how put Kinnan in play soon as possible versus how put big mana in play soon as possible. I think all of the stuff that is like... So Lotus Petal, I think, is the problem child for me. Where the main bonus of Lotus Petal is like turn 1 Kinnan, which does not matter. Nyx Bloom Ancient is also like... I think that's too greedy. Let me look at Tender Wild Guide and see. Yeah, this would be good just for the offspring. This would be, I think, better than... I would like this more than like your 1 mana produce 1 dorks. And then the other thing we need... So here's the next problem. The next obvious stop, if you don't want to do Basalt Monolith Infinite combo, is, are we comfortable with Intruder Alarm non-deterministic infinite combo? Because then it becomes, all right, if I have a critical mass of dorks out, Intruder Alarm is going to transform all of my Kinnan flips into another Kinnan flip. Okay, if we're okay with that, I would say we should be on Intruder Alarm stuff, and then we should be converting more of these artifact rocks into creature rocks, and then we can even keep all of the 1 mana shitters. And I would just convert stuff like Simmet Signet into Wild Guides, or maybe like Thought Vessel into Llanowar Tribe, rather than so that way we can actually play into this idea of, if we get Intruder Alarm, we have pseudo infinite flips as long as we don't miss. If we ever miss, we're done, but until we miss, fine. So let me see how it currently goes. So we play Delighted Halfling. We have Pact of fucking Negation. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to... we tap this depending on what Exotic Orchard taps for. I mean, Joe, thank you for your opinion. Enjoy your ban. I think the 1-mana dorks are just better when we're willing to go infinite. I think holding back on going infinite is a distinct enough change in the play pattern that it's not worth, like, we don't want to cut all the 1-mana dorks for it, but I think they take much more of a backseat than they would in a traditional Kinnan deck, because we are avoiding what its optimal play pattern is. So now next turn we can drop a Signet. We can tap the Signet to get 3. Does getting 3 get us anything? Not really. We can tap this Halfling to get the Fanatic of Ronos, and now we're holding up 3 mana to do Defend the Rider, or we can just like Pact of Negation if we need to. So now we have 2, 3, 7. So we have 7 mana for the price of these dorks and tapping a land, so we do 1 Kinnan flip. Yeah, you know, this one seems pretty okay. We go to our next turn. Now we have Seedborn Muse, which is going to be mega fucked up, but we probably do the same. This is a land, right? Do the same Kinnan flip. So we put out this Coma. This is a 7 mana trigger. Is this equal or lesser? It is. And we put we double Coma. Never mind, deck honks. Deck honks. Offbeat, how did you I know you're doing a funny, my friend. How did you suggest the one card that would be wrong? How did you suggest Apex Devastator, the one card that we don't actually want to put in here because we're not going to trigger Cascade because it's an activated ability? Okay, if we try again, we can Command Tower Birds. Next turn, we don't play Kinnan on 2 because we're smart. We Lightning Greaves. Then we play Kinnan on 3. Hook it up to Kinnan. Play Spellskite. This could be a mana dork. This could be a mana dork right now. RN. So Evil Dead, the reason I talk about not overemphasizing the 1 mana dorks is also why I am talking about, how does the deck do without Kinnan? Because it's high power and it's reasonable to assume somebody might like stacks us out of using Kinnan, or somebody might just like remove the fuck out of Kinnan, is also...
Chicken cordon bleu with blue cheese dressing. Rice and veggies. I think you're gonna really like it.
Get shit on. Get shit on, everybody. Look at this shit. Everybody thank my girlfriend for how good my life is about to be. So, okay. Returning to the point. Because we have fully doubled down on 1 mana dorks, and we have doubled down on not protecting Kinnan. If Kinnan ever doesn't work, we are typically left in this like Grand Canyon of nothing to do. We don't have good ways to fill our hand because our card draw is firmly concentrated in like 3 spells. And so we enter this canyon of all of our things being bad. Versus if we have access to things like Llanowar Tribe or Tender Wild Guide, even though these do not get the same percentage boost from Kinnan, because they're only getting one, well, Wild Guide, whatever, shut the fuck up. What we are losing on a percentage-based boost, we are gaining in the ability to actually play the game in absence of Kinnan, because we can use all of our 1 mana ramp spells to convert into these 3 and 4 mana dorks that will then allow us to just like hard cast some of these fucked up guys. Okay, real as fuck. Iron Giant. Apex Devastator is not like card draw if you don't cast the spell. It's not like card draw if you don't cast the spell. And so like having a ton of protection is good. I like the Tickler here. You need really good things to flip. I don't know what the fuck the Tickler 2 is doing. I feel like which is again, your greed is concentrated into the wrong places. This greed is good. This is greed to lock people out of the game. This is greed to what if get 2 Thought Vessel instead of 1 Thought Vessel. You don't need 2 Thought Vessels. You only have the 1 brain cell, Slath. We got to work with what we have. And so when we look at the greedy cards, the thought has to be, what is the outcome of my greed? And is that something I want to be greedy about? I'm even like not crazy convinced on Zapandrel. It's there mostly for protection. Okay, so you're keeping it just for the counter clause. I feel like there is probably something better we can do, but I will hold judgment until I can find that better thing. Void Winnower is crazy work with all these 7s I'm seeing. Illusionist Bracers, I think that level of greed is okay. This is good greed. Oh my god. We had this in the deck the whole fucking time. I trusted you, Slath. I fucking trusted you to understand this wasn't good in the deck. My eyes kept just flicking past it, being like, Slath would never do that. Slath got me. I know if anybody got me, Slath got me, and Slath put this shit in. The only reason for Galta and Apex is to get stuff out late. I mean, I think the correct answer to that is, what if we just built the deck in a way where it got late less often? Which is like what we can do if we go into this type of intruder alarm type stuff. We can prevent the game from going so late that our hand gets like totally full of other stuff. Yeah, Nezahal would be a good other pickup for card draw. This is like good dinosaur, probably going to draw us a fair number of cards. Can protect itself if we need to, but we probably don't need to protect it. We need to protect Kinnan. But if I pilot this deck from the standpoint of people understand what the deck is trying to do, and they're going to stop me. I play this. I play this. I'm just like waiting. I'm just playing other stuff in the hopes that people play interaction on anything else. Play Kinnan. I only have 6 mana available, but I can 2 out of thought. But wait, no. Oh no, mana. Any type. Okay. I was worried it said color for a moment. But yeah, we're good to tap this for 2. And then play a bird. And he probably still gets shot. And now we can at least, like, we can Surak and Goreclaw. Notably, we can do it because we have a slightly bigger dork. Like, that's really where I think the greed should be, is I think we should have a little bit more stuff. We should be moving the deck a little bit more towards what can I play at 3 and 4 mana to really cement the fact that my game plan is just to play gigantic shitlords. Whereas right now we're kind of half in on like, okay, well I want to play Kinnan as fast as possible and I want to get maximum value, so I'm going to have all these 1 mana dorks. But I don't want to get actually maximum value because I don't want to feel like a dirty, stinky infinite player, which I do respect. Which means I'm going to allow my table to blow me into smithereens if they can interact with the first Kinnan resolution. And like we have a healthy number of tutors, so that's good. Is that what you wanted? That interaction we just saw? Does that make you feel good, Slath? Doesn't make me feel good. So let me... I'm not sure what Moonsliver Key is particularly doing here. I mean, I guess we can get like a mana rock, but I feel like so many of our mana rocks are so interchangeable. We would rather this like just be a 2 mana thing, like a Tender Wild Guide. Fucking, we'd rather it be Tender Wild Guide. Phelan, this deck is avoiding the infinites. For anybody that has either just come into stream or was very pointedly not listening to the stream, this deck is evading doing infinite tax. They want to do non-deterministic tax evasion. If we were doing deterministic, I'm going infinite and I'm killing everybody, Moonsilver Key is great. But otherwise, it's just kind of wasted card. So let's go to the zoo, see if there are any obvious Kinnan hits that are just, we want, when this thing hits the field, something good happens to me. When this thing hits the field, I get to feel joy. Oh shit, Mirror Shell Crab, yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Perplexing Chimera would be quite funny. This would not be bad for your piss poor interaction section, as much as I know you hate giving people other creatures because you want to be the only person with creatures. Clones are also much better than you're giving them credit for. If we have any dorks that we care about, clones just become potentially a second or a third Kinnan activation on a given turn. So I would urge you to consider things like Phyrexian Metamorph and Clever Impersonator and all those other things. Because even if we're not copying Kinnan, if we just copy like any of these 2 mana, 3 mana things that tap for 2 or 3 mana, or if we get Spark Double and then we can double up on the Kinnan things, like that is greed. That is greedy as fuck, but what it also is it's never a bad flip. There is basically no world where this is a negative flip for us, because it either flips into somebody else's good card, or it flips into a mana dork that allows us to hold up interaction or activate Kinnan more times on a future turn. So I would heavily recommend clones. This is the type of hateful shit I do want you to be on. Where's my guy? Hold on. Where is my frog? If we want to do fair Kinnan but greedy Kinnan, look at that greedy little mouth. Look at that hungry mouth. Oh, she is on Vorinclex. My bad. I did not respect your hateful game. My bad. It was the alt art that I did not pick it up immediately. But do we have... Because if we have Seedborn Muse, I think we should also be on Murkfiend Liege. I'm trying to think about other... I did not have her remove the frog. I think Umbral Mantle should go infinite, unless I'm misremembering the card. No. Paradise Mantle is the one. Yeah. Umbral Mantle's whatever. Paradise Mantle is... Oh no, so we need... like Paradise Mantle, then we need a thing that pays... No. So this is like close to infinite soup. We could play this and attach it to Kinnan, but we already have that legendary enchantment that's protecting Kinnan too. So let's go to like things I don't believe in as much. I don't believe in these guys as much. I think the function that these guys are achieving, we do better than them if we just have a better dork ladder. If we just have a better form of ramp, if we have more clones to copy our mana dorks, we just become able to hard cast the things we were going to cheat out anyway. And so these are superfluous. For the same reason, I'm not totally sold on cost reducers. If these were a totally different permanent type than our ramp, I would say, oh, well, that lets us dodge a board wipe or whatever. But what I see with these is literally any dork we could play. I mean, I guess this is better because it's more efficient because it's a cost reducer, and so it's 2 off of every activation rather than giving us 2 mana for 1 activation. So there is something there. But I do not yet think this deck is capable of ripping off multiple Kinnan activations anyway. So I would set Biomancer's Familiar and Training Grounds to the sideboard right now, and then maybe add them back in if you put Intruder Alarm in and you're like, oh, I actually am able to start the Beyblade, but I run out of mana too often. But as it stands, I think like the degree of fairness we're playing with is too much for these to be better than just like, oh, what if it was a dork that let me hard cast Kodama instead of having to flip Kodama? Herd Heirloom is crazy tech, and honestly, like, good on you for trying to do something spicy. Put the fucking Ents in the bag. Put the fucking Ents in the bag, bro. What are we talking about? I hate to be the one to tell you this. No, that's why I'm telling you to put the Ents in the bag, because this will tap for additional mana, but we can't even use it to pay into Kinnan. And so it just becomes, it is just a dork for hard casting things, or maybe it can be draw a card because we've given something trample, versus like, if we have a lot of dorks, like if we've had one good Kinnan flip, this becomes like best card ever. We've already talked about this guy enough. Fuck this thing forever. Fuck this thing forever. And then, like, if you ever... I think Simic Signet could be like Tender Wild Guide. Life is not fair and billionaires never get punished. I can't believe I'm signing off on the 27 lands, but like, yeah, you have the ramp for it. 27 lands, fuck it. Please, God, cut this for like Nezahal. Please, Jesus. Please, Jesus. And then the rest of it I do kind of like. It's disgusting because it is Kinnan. It does seem a little bit weird to me that we don't have like a crater hoof or anything that is like hard confirmation I'm gonna kill you, which maybe that's what Zapandrel is for you. Is that as your, this is how my board state becomes overwhelming and unstoppable. So I'll let you keep it in that context. Get on Jiraga Tree Speaker. Get off Jiraga Tree Speaker, which I can't believe I'm, get the fuck off Jiraga Tree Speaker right now. Or actually, valid. I mean, I'm trying to consider. This is really a 3-mana dork. This is a 3-mana dork that taps for 2. We're never going for the level 5 thing, but 1 green, make 3 green. That's basically slightly better than Llanowar Tribe, so sure. Actually, yeah, play this over, get on this over Llanowar Tribe. I think the new snake is in here. Also now, if we want to be greedy, consider this guy. Now, I'm not going to tell you he's good, but what I am going to tell you, he's cute, he's potty trained, and he's looking for a loving home. He is a very slightly funny guy. I'm looking to adopt? Fuck yeah. Because, like, worst case scenario, this will find you one of your 27 lands. And then, let's see. The bracers are fine. Is Kinnan triggered or is Kinnan replacement? Is this like technically a trigger that happens on top of every time you tap something for mana? Okay. Yeah. Stardrak, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. An Evil Dead 2. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, yeah, so if this is a trigger, we can have the fucking Commander Cuck chair. And I think we do have Psych Rift. I think what I also want to put you on is now hear me out. This is very specifically propaganda. This is very pointedly propaganda. But when people look at the Simic player, they often interact with you on the basis that you either have to be killed or you're going to kill everybody. River's Rebuke allows you to go, hey guys, let me chill. I'll kill Agu. I'll kill Agu Mame, and I won't bounce anybody else's shit, but Agu will fucking die, and wouldn't that be very nice? Versus people who are like, oh, I have to bounce everybody's stuff. Then I would think about this for your interaction section. I think I recommended more cuts than I did ads. Maldas, we've established she doesn't need to kill me. Stuart Little already did. Listen, Stuart Little is getting fucking both of you. Stuart Little is edicting this Kinnan deck every single time. Yeah, 27 lands, who cares? 27 lands, who cares? I've never been afraid of anything in my entire life. I flippy. I flippy for more mana. 3 times. So now it's add 1, then 3, so 6. So Kinnan here. You get nothing. See, imagine if this was something that tapped for 3. Imagine if this was something that tapped for 3 and then it was just another Kinnan trigger by itself. I will say this playtest has won me over on Nyx Bloom. This playtest has won me over on Nyx Bloom for sure. But overwhelmingly, we need a slightly better ladder to just like, yeah, hardcast Nature's Rhythm or something. We don't need Grandma. We don't need Grandma, and we don't need the book that does it either. So I will say, I mean, for sure, greedy. For sure, greedy. We're just greedy for, like... I think you're greedy for things that Simic society has told you you should be greedy for. And you should meditate a little bit about what you want to actually be greedy for. But thank you very much for the submission. Thank you both. I hope you both enjoyed. And that's going to be the end of today's stream. We will be live again Friday doing more Darkest Dungeon stuff. We're going to find a friend to raid now. Our friend Diana of the Rose is playing Modded Repo, so we're going to raid them. Indestructible Justin will be the raid command. Everybody, be kind, rewind. Thank you for putting up with my vamping. I hope you're having a good week, and please remember to stay toxic, just for me. YouTube, we will be live again Friday, but this is the